The connection between Cuchulainn and the Greek hero Heracles opens a fascinating window into how different mythologies often preserve remarkably similar patterns. Earlier comparisons linked Cuchulainn with Heracles, the war goddess Morrigan with Hera, King Conchobar with Zeus, and Phaedelm of the Nine Forms with Athena. These parallels, however, should not be taken too literally. Morrigan is never portrayed as Conchobar's queen. Instead, she exists on a higher, more mysterious level, appearing independently of the Ulster court. She resembles a supernatural power that occasionally intervenes in human affairs rather than a ruler's companion. This raises an interesting question about Conchobar himself. At first glance, he might seem comparable to Arthur, a legendary ruler remembered as a great cultural hero. Yet the stories surrounding his rise to power point in another direction. They suggest that Conchobar inherited many of the characteristics of an older sky deity, making him closer to a Celtic version of Zeus than to an ordinary king. Even so, he does not completely replace that ancient divine role. Instead, he appears to occupy only part of it, standing somewhere between mortal ruler and fading god. With these relationships established, attention naturally turns to the heroes themselves. Among all the legendary figures of Celtic tradition, Cuchulainn offers the closest comparison to Heracles. Similarities can also be found in heroes such as Peredur, Owain, Gwalchmai, Lancelot, and Galahad, but those characters belong to later societies shaped by medieval ideals of knighthood. Their stories reflect a world very different from the heroic age imagined in Greek and Irish mythology. As civilization evolved, the old mythic themes survived, but they were adapted to suit new audiences and new values. One of the clearest examples comes from the famous battle between the Olympian gods and the giants. Although the gods possessed immense power, victory ultimately depended on the participation of Heracles, who alone was mortal. His presence was not accidental. Ancient tradition regarded a human champion as essential for overcoming the monstrous enemies threatening the divine order. A strikingly similar idea appears in the Irish tales of Ulster. While invading armies swept across the land, the warriors of Ulster were rendered helpless by a mysterious curse. Only Cuchulainn and his father remained capable of fighting. Irish tradition presents this as evidence of the weakness of the Ulstermen, but viewed through the lens of Greek mythology, the situation appears almost reversed. The incapacitated warriors resemble immortal beings bound by supernatural laws, while Cuchulainn stands apart as a mortal hero whose humanity enables him to accomplish what others cannot. His unique role may also reflect a deeper symbolic meaning. Many scholars have interpreted Cuchulainn as a solar hero whose duty is to drive back the darkness, much like the rising sun overcoming winter. Such a figure must belong partly to the human world because his ancestry links him with legendary culture heroes rather than with the oldest generation of immortal gods. Questions surrounding his parentage remain complex, but they help explain why he occupies such an unusual position between humanity and divinity. To better understand these connections, it is useful to compare the famous labors of Heracles with episodes from Celtic tradition. Each labor reveals motifs that often reappear in Irish legends and, in many cases, within the Arthurian romances of Wales and Britain. These later stories frequently preserve details that complement the Irish material, allowing a broader picture of the shared mythological traditions to emerge. Not everyone agrees on the origins of the Heracles legends. Some researchers have argued that their most important elements developed outside the Indo-European world and entered Greece from the Near East. Rather than dismissing or accepting that theory outright, a careful comparison between Greek and Celtic traditions provides a practical way of testing it. By examining each parallel individually, it becomes easier to distinguish universal heroic themes from traditions that may have originated in specific cultures. The first of Heracles' great labors brings him face to face with the fearsome Nemean lion. This beast possessed an extraordinary hide that no sword, spear, or arrow could penetrate. Conventional weapons proved useless, forcing Heracles to wrestle the lion with his bare hands. After an exhausting struggle inside the creature's cave, he finally strangled it. Yet even victory created a new problem. The lion's skin was so tough that nothing could cut through it. Only the beast's own claws were sharp enough to separate the hide from its body. Once Heracles wrapped himself in the lion's skin, it became his legendary armor, protecting him from almost every attack. Some versions of the myth even claim that he had earlier slain another lion on Mount Cithaeron during his youth, suggesting that both stories may preserve different versions of the same ancient tradition. Irish mythology offers an intriguing parallel through the famous story of Cú Chulainn and the Hound of Culann. Before earning his celebrated name, the young hero was known as Setanta. During a visit to the smith Culann, he encountered an enormous watchdog that guarded its master's home. The beast attacked immediately, but Setanta killed it in self-defense. Culann mourned the loss of the animal that had faithfully protected his household. Feeling responsible, the young warrior promised to guard the smith's property himself until another hound of equal strength could be raised. From that moment onward, he became known as Cú Chulainn, meaning the Hound of Culann. Unlike Heracles, Cú Chulainn never wears the animal's skin. Instead, he symbolically takes over its identity. The hero assumes both the name and the duty of the creature he defeated, becoming the living guardian in place of the fallen beast. The transformation is psychological and symbolic rather than physical, yet it serves much the same narrative purpose as Heracles wearing the lion's hide. The Welsh tale of Peredur preserves the same pattern in a very different form. Instead of confronting a monstrous animal, the inexperienced youth faces an arrogant knight who has insulted Queen Gwenhwyfar in Arthur's court. The insult is so shocking that none of Arthur's seasoned warriors immediately responds. At that moment, Peredur arrives, dressed as an unsophisticated country boy and asking to become a knight. Mocked by Sir Kay, he is sent after the offender almost as a joke. Armed only with the hunting spear he brought from home, Peredur catches the knight and kills him. His victory, however, presents an unexpected challenge. Having never seen a suit of armor before, he attempts to remove the knight's mail but cannot understand how it comes off. The armor seems fused to the man's body. Only when Owain reaches the scene does he demonstrate how to strip away the equipment. By claiming the armor and weapons of his defeated enemy, Peredur experiences his true transformation. He leaves behind the appearance of a simple youth and steps into the role of a fully armed knight, just as Heracles and Cú Chulainn each undergo their own symbolic transformation after defeating their legendary opponents. The second of Heracles' famous labors was the battle against the terrifying Hydra, a monstrous serpent whose strength seemed impossible to overcome. The creature possessed many heads, and every time one was severed, two more immediately grew in its place. Worse still, one of those heads could never die. Realizing that brute force alone would never bring victory, Heracles relied on the help of his loyal companion Iolaus. As each head was cut away, Iolaus burned the wound with blazing torches so that no new heads could emerge. At last, only the immortal head remained. Unable to destroy it, Heracles buried it beneath an enormous boulder, ensuring it could never threaten the world again. The victory brought an unexpected reward. Heracles collected the Hydra's poisonous blood and coated his arrows with it, turning every future wound into a fatal one. Yet despite the hero's success, King Eurystheus refused to recognize this labor because it had not been accomplished entirely alone. Hera, who had always opposed Heracles, had also interfered by sending a gigantic crab to attack him during the struggle. Although the creature failed to change the outcome, its intervention highlighted how even the gods themselves had become involved in the contest. Some ancient writers believed the Hydra's 9 heads carried a symbolic meaning rather than being a random detail. They may have represented the 9 nights of an ancient calendar, with the single immortal head standing apart from the rest as a symbol of permanence. Whether this interpretation is correct remains uncertain, but it demonstrates how myth often blends heroic adventure with deeper layers of religious symbolism. Irish tradition preserves a remarkably similar episode through Cú Chulainn's duel with the mighty warrior Loch Mor. Unlike ordinary men, Loch wore an extraordinary natural armor resembling hardened horn, making him almost impossible to injure. The conflict began after Cú Chulainn had slain Loch's brother Long at a river crossing. Seeking revenge, Loch challenged the Ulster hero to another duel farther upstream, determined to avenge his family's honor. At first, the battle seemed hopeless for Ku Chulainn. Every strike against his opponent failed to penetrate the strange armor protecting his body. As the struggle continued, the supernatural Morrigan entered the fight, taking the form of an eel. Wrapping herself around the hero's legs, she caused him to lose his footing and collapse into the river. Loch immediately seized the advantage, striking repeated blows that stained the water with Ku Chulain's blood. Even wounded, the hero refused to surrender. He caught the eel with his bare hands and crushed it, forcing the Morrigan to abandon that disguise. She returned in other forms, continuing to harass him while Loch pressed the attack. Exhausted and fighting almost alone, Ku Chulainn lamented his desperate situation, believing that defeat was drawing near. At that crucial moment, his faithful charioteer Loeg found a way to help. Floating down the river came the terrifying weapon known as the Gae Bolga, a spear unlike any other. Ku Chulainn seized it instantly. Knowing that Loch's armor protected every exposed surface, he attacked from beneath, driving the weapon upward into the warrior's body where the horn-like protection offered no defense. The mighty champion fell dead, ending one of the fiercest duels in the entire Ulster cycle. The resemblance between the Greek and Irish stories is striking. In both tales, an apparently invincible enemy forces the hero to abandon ordinary methods of combat. Both heroes receive crucial assistance from a trusted companion, and victory ultimately depends upon discovering a hidden weakness rather than overpowering the enemy through strength alone. One noticeable difference, however, lies in the role of the goddess. Hera merely sends another creature to hinder Heracles, keeping herself at a distance. The Morrigan, by contrast, joins the battle personally, transforming into different creatures and confronting Ku Chulainn face to face. The Welsh tradition offers no exact counterpart to the Hydra episode, but echoes of the same pattern can still be detected. One possibility appears in Owain's battle against a savage giant that devours human beings. Another is his rescue of Luned, when he defeats two warriors intent on burning her alive. In both adventures, Owain receives decisive assistance from his faithful lion. Although the animal serves a different role from a human companion, it fulfills much the same narrative purpose as Iolaus beside Heracles or Loeg beside Ku Chulainn, reminding us that legendary heroes rarely achieve their greatest victories entirely alone. The third labor of Heracles sent him after the monstrous boar of Erymanthus, a beast that devastated the countryside wherever it wandered. Before reaching his true quarry, Heracles became involved in a violent clash with the centaurs. Their own aggression triggered a fierce battle that ended with many of the half-human, half-horse creatures lying dead. Only after surviving this bloody encounter did Heracles continue the hunt, eventually capturing the enormous boar alive and carrying it back on his shoulders to Mycenae as proof of his success. Finding an exact Celtic equivalent for this adventure proves much more difficult. Irish legends occasionally describe Ku Chulainn capturing wild animals alive and bringing them home, yet none of those episodes closely mirrors the pursuit of the Erymanthian boar. The Welsh stories offer only uncertain possibilities. One candidate is Peredur's confrontation with the mysterious black man of the castle of Ysbydinongyl. Although Peredur originally intends to spare him, he ultimately kills the formidable warrior at the urging of the Black Maiden. This same mysterious figure appears in later Arthurian romances under slightly different names, ultimately leading back to the giant Ysbyddaden, one of the most memorable antagonists in the tale of Culhwch and Olwen. The meaning of his unusual name has long puzzled scholars. Some have suggested that beneath his human appearance may hide the memory of an older beast-like monster, perhaps even a symbolic wild boar covered in bristling hair. While this remains little more than speculation, the position of the episode within Peredur's adventures makes the comparison intriguing, especially because it immediately precedes another episode that corresponds much more closely with one of Heracles' labors. The fourth labor required Heracles to capture the extraordinary deer of Serenea, one of the sacred animals belonging to Artemis. Ancient writers describe the creature in unusual ways. Some portray it as a hind bearing magnificent golden antlers and bronze hooves, while others simply call it a stag. Whatever its exact appearance, it possessed incredible speed and could outrun any hunter who pursued it. Heracles spent an entire year chasing the sacred animal across mountains, forests, and distant northern lands before finally capturing it. As he carried the deer toward Mycenae, Artemis herself confronted him in anger, accompanied by her twin brother Apollo. Furious that anyone had dared seize her cherished companion, she demanded an explanation. Heracles insisted that he had acted only because he had been ordered to do so. Once Artemis understood that he had no personal desire to harm her sacred animal, her anger faded, and she permitted him to continue his journey. Irish legend contains scenes in which Cuchulainn captures wild deer, particularly during the first day he rides into battle in his chariot, but these episodes lack the divine significance found in the Greek myth. The Welsh tale of Peredur, however, preserves a much closer parallel. The mysterious Black Maiden sends Peredur into a nearby forest to confront a terrifying stag unlike any ordinary animal. She provides him with a hunting dog, explaining that the beast never flees from challenges. Instead, it dominates the forest through sheer ferocity. The creature possesses a single horn projecting from its forehead, longer than a spear and sharper than any blade. With this deadly weapon, it cuts through trees, kills every creature crossing its path, and spreads such terror that many animals perish without ever facing it. Each day, it also empties an entire fish pond, leaving countless fish to die before fresh water can return. When the monstrous stag charges, Peredur waits until the final instant before stepping aside and striking. One clean blow removes its head. His triumph, however, is immediately interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious lady. Without hesitation, she gathers the hunting dog, the severed head, and the magnificent jeweled collar that had adorned the creature's neck. Rather than thanking Peredur, she rebukes him for destroying the greatest treasure of her lands. Like Heracles standing before Artemis, Peredur explains that he acted only because another had commanded him to do so. The lady accepts his explanation, but tells him that forgiveness must still be earned. She sends him on another dangerous quest, directing him to challenge the mysterious man from under the stone. Leaving the lady in possession of the slain beast and its splendid collar, Peredur immediately rides off toward yet another adventure. Several later Arthurian romances expand this encounter by introducing a knight who accompanies the mysterious lady. Together, they closely resemble the divine pair of Artemis and Apollo confronting Heracles after the capture of the sacred deer. The resemblance is not exact, but it reflects the remarkable way ancient mythological themes continued to evolve as they passed from classical mythology into the heroic literature of medieval Celtic Europe. The fifth labor of Heracles brought him to the marshes of Stymphalus, where a terrifying flock of man-eating birds had made its home. These were no ordinary creatures. Their wings were said to be made of iron, and their sharp feathers could become deadly weapons. Heracles attacked them with his bow, killing some and driving the rest into the sky. Yet the birds were not completely destroyed. Later traditions claim that survivors appeared again during the voyage of the Argonauts, living on an island sacred to Ares, the brutal god of war. Celtic legend offers no direct equivalent to this episode. Cuchulainn is once described capturing wild swans and bringing them home alongside a stag, but these birds are neither monstrous nor connected with a violent battle. A more suggestive comparison may appear in the Welsh stories of Owain. In the strange tale known as the Dream of Rhonabwy, Owain commands an army of ravens so powerful that they overwhelm large numbers of Arthur's warriors. Another tradition describes his military strength as 300 swords supported by the host of ravens, a supernatural force that brought him victory wherever he traveled. The stories never explain how Owain gained control over these birds or why they remained loyal to him. Their presence may preserve an older belief connecting ravens with divine warriors and solar heroes. Great flocks of ravens were also said to have appeared during the founding of Lugdunum, the city associated with the Gaulish god Lugus. Cuchulainn himself was linked with two magical ravens whose cries announced his arrival to his enemies. In these scattered traditions, ravens are not merely scavengers. They function as signs of supernatural authority, prophecy, warfare, and approaching destruction. A connection with the Stymphalian birds remains uncertain, but one possibility is especially intriguing. Perhaps an earlier version of the Greek story did not end with Heracles simply driving the birds away. He may once have captured or mastered them, turning former enemies into servants. If so, Owain's Raven army would offer a much closer parallel. Dangerous birds brought under the command of a legendary hero and transformed into a weapon of war. The sixth labor involved a challenge very different from the violent monsters Heracles usually faced. King Augeas owned enormous herds, and their stables had not been cleaned for many years. The accumulated filth had become so vast that removing it by ordinary labor seemed impossible. Heracles solved the problem through intelligence rather than strength. He redirected the course of a river, sending the water through the buildings and washing away years of waste in a single day. No clear version of this story survives in the major Irish or Welsh heroic cycles, but a remarkable parallel appears in a Scottish Highland folktale known as the Battle of the Birds. In this story, the son of the king of Tethertown seeks to marry the youngest daughter of a giant. Before granting permission, the giant gives him a series of seemingly impossible tasks. One morning, the giant points to a cattle shed containing the waste of 100 animals. It has been gathering there for 7 years. The young man must clean the building before sunset, and the floor must be so perfectly cleared that a golden apple could roll smoothly from one end to the other. Overwhelmed by the task, he sees no possible way to complete it. The giant's youngest daughter comes to his rescue. She tells him to sit beside her, and he soon falls asleep. When he awakens, the impossible work has already been finished. The tale never explains exactly how she cleaned the building, but she is clearly a powerful magician. Her role recalls Agamede, the daughter of Augeas, who was famous in Greek tradition for knowing the secret properties of every medicinal and magical plant. The resemblance continues beyond the act of cleaning. Augeas had promised Heracles a share of his cattle as payment, but once the task was complete, he refused to honor the agreement. He claimed that Heracles had acted only under the command of Eurystheus. Eurystheus, meanwhile, also rejected the labor because Heracles had expected payment. Trapped between two dishonest rulers, the hero received neither reward nor recognition. Augeas eventually paid for this betrayal with his life. The Highland giant meets a similarly violent end. In both traditions, an impossible domestic task becomes part of a larger story about deception, broken promises, magical assistance, and punishment. The methods differ, but the structure remains surprisingly close. The seventh labor required Heracles to capture the Cretan bull and bring it alive to Mycenae. Bulls occupy an important place in Celtic mythology, especially in Irish stories, where they can represent wealth, kingship, fertility, and destructive force. Even so, no exact Celtic tale has been identified that clearly matches Heracles' capture of the Cretan animal. The similarity remains too general to support a confident comparison. The same difficulty arises with the eighth labor, the seizure of the savage horses belonging to Diomedes of Thrace. These animals were notorious for their violent nature and their taste for human flesh. Cuchulain's capture of his two celebrated chariot horses might initially appear related, but the details point in another direction. His steeds belong to a separate mythological tradition and do not closely reproduce the story of Heracles and the horses of Diomedes. The ninth labor, however, provides one of the strongest chains of comparison between Greek and Celtic heroic legend. Heracles was ordered to obtain the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. These warrior women lived near the river Thermodon in Asia Minor, and Hippolyta ruled them from the city of Themyscira. Her girdle had been given to her by Ares and represented her supremacy among the Amazons. When Heracles arrived and explained his mission, Hippolyta initially seems to have been willing to surrender the girdle peacefully. Some ancient images even show an Amazon calmly handing it to him. Hera, however, interfered once again. Disguising herself and spreading fear among the Amazons, she convinced them that Heracles intended to abduct their queen. A battle followed. Heracles and his companions defeated the warrior women, and in many versions Hippolyta herself was killed. The girdle was more than an ornament. It was a sign of military superiority. Whoever possessed it was recognized as the greatest warrior. When Heracles took it, he was not simply carrying away a valuable object. He was receiving the symbol of Hippolyta's mastery in battle and transferring that authority to himself. This meaning becomes clearer when compared with the Irish story, of Cuchulainn and Scathach. Scathach was one of the greatest teachers of warfare in the Celtic world. Her skills surpassed that of ordinary warriors, and young champions traveled to her distant island fortress to learn the most dangerous arts of combat. Cuchulainn did not go to her in search of a belt or treasure. He wanted knowledge, yet Scathach did not immediately agree to train him. He succeeded only after catching her by surprise and threatening her life. Faced with death, she promised to teach him everything she knew. The transfer of Scathach's martial knowledge closely resembles the transfer of Hippolyta's girdle. In both stories, a woman who represents the highest level of military power is forced or persuaded to pass that power to the hero. Heracles receives a visible emblem of supremacy, while Cuchulainn receives the training that will make him the greatest warrior of his age. It is possible that the later detail about Heracles carrying the girdle back for the daughter of Eurystheus was added to make the adventure resemble his other labors. In an older version, he may have kept it for himself as the badge of the supreme champion. Such an interpretation would bring the Greek story even closer to the Irish one, where the hero personally gains and permanently retains the martial ability of the warrior queen. The Welsh tale of Peredur follows a similar pattern. During his travels, Peredur encounters one of the witches of Gloucester. He is about to kill her when she speaks his name and reveals that fate has joined their stories. She tells him that he is destined to cause suffering among the witches, but also that he must first learn from them how to ride, fight, and handle weapons. Peredur therefore follows her to the court of the witches. There he receives a complete education in warfare. He remains with them until his training is finished, emerging as a far more dangerous and accomplished fighter. Like Cuchulainn, he gains his military skill from a group of powerful women who resemble the Amazons of Greek tradition. His later relationship with the witches becomes far more violent, but at this early stage, they are his teachers. The Amazon episode is only the beginning of a wider sequence. On his return journey, Heracles reaches Troy and finds the city trapped in despair. A monstrous creature from the sea has been attacking the land, devouring cattle and human beings. An oracle declares that the destruction will end only if King Laomedon sacrifices his daughter Hesione. The king obeys. Hesione is chained or exposed on a rock beside the sea and abandoned as an offering. Heracles arrives before the monster can consume her and agrees to rescue the princess in exchange for a promised reward. The creature is so enormous that Heracles chooses an extraordinary method of attack. Rather than fighting it from outside, he enters its body and destroys it from within. He remains inside for 3 days before cutting his way out. The heat is so intense that all his hair is burned away. At last, the monster falls, Hesione survives, and Troy is freed. Yet Laomedon refuses to pay what he promised. Heracles is forced to leave without his reward, but he does not forget the betrayal. Later, he returns with an army, storms Troy, and kills the faithless king along with most of his family. Hesione and her younger brother are spared. That brother later becomes known as Priam, the famous king of Troy in the Iliad. Heracles gives Hesione in marriage to his companion Telamon. Their relationship had not always been peaceful. During the attack on Troy, Heracles nearly killed Telamon in anger because he had entered the city before him. Yet the conflict passed, and Hesione was entrusted to this friend and rival. She later became the mother of Teucer, one of the notable Greek warriors of the Trojan War. 3 details are especially important: the acquisition of the warrior queen's girdle, the rescue of the endangered princess, and the princess's eventual marriage to the hero's companion. All 3 reappear in the story of Cuchulainn, and they occur in the same general order. After completing his training under Scathach, Cuchulainn begins the journey home. Along the way, he visits the court of the Red King of the Isles and discovers that the entire household has fallen into mourning. The king has been forced to offer his daughter as tribute to 3 Fomorians who are expected to arrive from distant islands and take her away. The princess waits alone on the seashore, much like Hesione exposed before the sea monster. Her father has promised her in marriage to anyone capable of saving her, but no champion has dared to face the threat. Cuchulainn goes to the shore and waits beside her. When the three Fomorians arrive, he attacks and kills them. The episode follows the familiar structure of the hero rescuing a royal woman from supernatural beings associated with the sea. The king then urges Cuchulainn to take the princess back to Ireland as his wife. Cuchulainn refuses to marry her immediately. Instead, he asks that she follow him after a year has passed. She eventually does so, but circumstances prevent their marriage. Rather than abandon her, Cuchulainn gives her as a wife to his companion, Lugaid. The resemblance to the Greek legend is powerful. Heracles returns from the Amazons, saves Hesione from a sea creature, and gives her to Telamon. Cuchulainn returns from Scathach, saves a princess from the Fomorians, and gives her to Lugaid. In each story, the companion who receives the rescued woman later holds a complicated place in the hero's life. The Irish version adds a darker ending. Lugaid eventually becomes one of Cuchulainn's bitterest enemies and takes an active role in the final battle that leads to the hero's death. This betrayal gives the Celtic story a tragic dimension absent from the marriage of Hesione and Telamon. Even so, the shared sequence remains unmistakable. The warrior woman, the threatened princess beside the sea, the heroic rescue, and the transfer of the princess to the hero's companion. The myths surrounding ancient sun heroes often follow similar paths, even when they emerge from distant cultures. For that reason, the story of the Athenian hero Theseus provides an important bridge between the legends of Heracles and Cuchulainn. Theseus was said to have fought against the Amazons, and later versions even placed him beside Heracles during the expedition to their homeland. During this campaign, he carried away an Amazon named Antiope, who was sometimes described as their queen. Greek writers greatly expanded the story of Antiope and Theseus. Their relationship became one of the most tragic episodes in the hero's life, for Antiope gave birth to Hippolytus, the son who would later die because of his own father's anger and misunderstanding. The Irish tradition preserves a surprisingly similar pattern in the adventures of Cuchulainn during his training under Scathach. While Cuchulainn lived at Scathach's fortress as her pupil and foster son, she became involved in a war against another powerful queen named Aife. Some versions describe Aife as Scathach's own daughter, although their relationship may originally have been different. Cuchulainn joined the conflict on Scathach's side and eventually defeated Aife in single combat. He captured her and brought her back to Scathach's camp, where she was forced to accept peace. Afterward, Cuchulainn traveled with Aife into her own country, and she became pregnant by him. Before leaving, he gave her precise instructions concerning the child. When the boy grew strong enough to bear arms, he was to travel to Ireland and seek his father. He would carry a token proving his identity, but he was forbidden to reveal his name. He must never step aside for another man, never refuse a challenge, and never allow anyone to block his path. The child was named Conla. When he finally reached Ireland, his silence and proud behavior immediately caused trouble. The warriors of Ulster saw him as an arrogant foreigner who refused to explain who he was or why he had come. At last, Cuchulainn himself was sent to confront him. Neither father nor son understood the truth. Conla fought with extraordinary skill and soon placed Cuchulainn in serious danger. Realizing that he might be defeated, Cuchulainn called to his charioteer Loeg for the Gai Bolga, the deadly weapon he had learned to use during his time with Aife and Scathach. He launched it against the young warrior and mortally wounded him. Only afterward did the hidden token reveal that Cuchulainn had killed his own son. The tragedy strongly recalls the story of Theseus and Hippolytus. In both traditions, a great hero becomes involved with a warrior woman connected to the Amazons, fathers a remarkable son, and later causes that son's death without fully understanding what he is doing. The details are different, but the emotional structure is almost identical. Heroic glory gives way to recognition, horror, and irreversible loss. Scathach and Aife can therefore be compared with Hippolyta and Antiope. Yet the Irish tale rearranges their relationships. Instead of making Cuchulainn attack Scathach directly, the story places Aife in opposition to her. This change may have protected the sacred bond between foster child and foster parent, which held enormous importance in early Irish society. A hero fighting the woman who trained and fostered him would have represented a deeper violation than attacking a foreign queen. Even so, Cú Chulain's journey into Scathach's land appears to preserve traces of a more dangerous expedition. His destination is not presented as an ordinary country. Reaching it requires a long and perilous passage beyond the familiar world. Scathach's island belongs partly to the realm of death, magic, and supernatural knowledge. It is, in effect, another world. Greek tradition treated the Amazon homeland in a similar but more geographical manner. Their cities were placed across the sea in Asia Minor, far enough away to seem strange and threatening, but still within the imagined boundaries of the known world. Other legends brought the Amazons westward into Greece and claimed that their tombs could be seen in Attica and elsewhere. As the stories developed, these fearsome women were transformed into beautiful warriors capable of love and marriage. Earlier tradition, however, remembered them as harsher, stranger, and far less approachable beings. That older image probably comes closer to their original mythological character. The 10th labor of Heracles was the seizure of the cattle of Geryon. Geryon ruled a distant island called Erythea and was unlike any ordinary king. He was a gigantic warrior formed from 3 bodies joined together, possessing 3 heads, several pairs of arms and legs, and, in some accounts, powerful wings. Fully armed and immensely strong, he guarded vast herds of magnificent red cattle. The richness of these animals was central to Geryon's legend. Their deep reddish-purple color associated them with sunlight, wealth, and the distant western sky. The cattle of the sun god Helios were sometimes said to graze nearby, while the herds of the underworld ruler also wandered through the same region. Erythea therefore stood at the edge of 2 worlds, where daylight descended into darkness and the lands of the living touched the realm of the dead. Ancient writers disagreed about the island's exact location, but most placed it in the far western ocean beyond the Pillars of Heracles. It was imagined as a remote land, blessed with a gentle climate and abundant pastures. To reach it, Heracles crossed the sea in the golden vessel of the sun, the same mysterious bowl in which Helios was believed to travel eastward during the night before beginning his daily journey across the sky. The moment Heracles landed, he was attacked by Orthrus, Geryon's 2-headed guard dog. The hero killed the beast and then struck down Eurytion, the herdsman who rushed forward to defend it. Another herdsman named Menoetius witnessed the attack and carried news of the disaster to Geryon. The triple-bodied giant immediately armed himself and pursued Heracles. A violent battle followed, but even Geryon's enormous strength could not save him. Heracles killed the giant and seized the red cattle. In some traditions, Geryon's daughter accompanied him as he returned to the coast. The hero then loaded the woman and the herd into the golden bowl and crossed back to the mainland. What followed was not a simple return journey, but a vast wandering across the ancient world. Heracles drove the cattle through Iberia, Gaul, Italy, and Sicily. From there, he returned to the Italian mainland, moved around the Adriatic, and continued through Illyria and Epirus. Each region added its own stories to the route, turning the cattle drive into a chain of local myths connected by the fame of Heracles. Hera once again attempted to destroy his success. She sent a gadfly among the cattle, causing the terrified animals to scatter. Some wandered as far as Thrace, while other accounts carried them into Scythia. Heracles followed, and during this northern journey he encountered Echidna, a mysterious woman whose upper body was human while her lower half took the form of a serpent. She later became the mother of his children in Scythian legend. On his return toward Greece, Heracles dedicated Geryon's daughter and part of the captured herd to the goddess Aphrodite Phursiphassa in Thessaly. The long road from Erythea to Greece was eventually filled with countless adventures, some of which were probably added centuries later as cities and peoples sought to connect their own landscapes with the hero. Among the oldest and most famous of these episodes was the battle with Cacus. Cacus was a monstrous son of Vulcan who lived in a vast cave. He possessed enormous strength, breathed fire, and filled the surrounding darkness with smoke. When Heracles passed through the region with Geryone's cattle, Cacus secretly stole several of the finest animals. To hide the theft, he dragged the cattle backward into his cave by their tails. Their footprints appeared to lead away from the entrance rather than toward it, making the trail almost impossible to follow. For a time, Heracles believed the missing animals had wandered elsewhere. Their cries eventually revealed the deception. Heracles tore open the robber's cave and allowed daylight to enter the dark chamber. Cacus fought desperately, filling the air with fire and smoke, but the hero forced his way inside and killed him. The stolen cattle were recovered and the monster's body was dragged into the open. Roman tradition later placed this battle on the Aventine Hill, transforming the episode into part of the mythical prehistory of Rome. Irish legend preserves several stories that closely resemble the raid on Geryone's cattle. One version is placed in a Christian setting and is told after Cú Chulain's death. St. Patrick summons the hero's spirit so that he may appear before King Loeger and describe his former adventures. Among them is an expedition to Tir Scaith, the land of shadow. Cú Chulainn and his companions attack a fortress in that distant realm. Its defenders release strange monsters against them, turning the assault into a supernatural battle. Within the stronghold stands a marvelous cauldron, a vessel of great value and magical power. The king's daughter gives it to Cú Chulainn, together with 3 extraordinary cows whose milk provides everything needed for the cooking performed within it. The animals themselves are magnificent. Their necks are decorated with heavy strings of pearls, marking them as treasures of another world rather than ordinary cattle. Cú Chulainn takes both the cauldron and the cows, just as Heracles carries away Geryone's herd and is joined in some accounts by the giant's daughter. The escape is as dangerous as the attack. The cows swim across the sea while Cú Chulainn follows them in a boat. Before the journey can be completed, a storm destroys his vessel in the vast northern waters. Forced into the sea, the hero swims toward land while carrying as many companions as can hold onto his body. The parallel is powerful. Both heroes travel across the sea into a distant western or shadowy realm. Both attack a supernatural fortress guarded by monsters. Both carry away valuable cattle associated with abundance, wealth, and the other world. A royal daughter assists or accompanies the victor, and the return journey becomes almost as perilous as the original conquest. In the Greek myth, Heracles crosses the ocean in the vessel of the sun and drives the red cattle from the boundary between light and darkness. In the Irish tale, Cú Chulainn enters the land of shadow and returns with magical cows and a wonder-working cauldron. Beneath their differences, both adventures preserve the same ancient image: the radiant hero invading the world beyond the sea and bringing its hidden treasures back to humanity. Another Irish version of the cattle raid gives the ruler of the invaded land the name Mida, a figure closely associated with the supernatural world of Irish legend. His daughter is called Blathnat, a name belonging to the same poetic tradition as Blodeuwedd in the Welsh Mabinogi, as well as Fleur and Blanchefleur, the woman loved by Perceval in Chrétien's romance. These names evoke flowers, beauty, and women whose lives are deeply connected with magic and heroic conflict. Mida rules Inis Fair Falga, the island of the men of Falga. Cú Chulainn and his companions attack the island, break into the king's fortress, and seize its greatest treasures. They carry away Blathnat, the magical cauldron, and the 3 valuable cows. Their victory appears complete, but the return journey takes an unexpected turn. Before they can reach Ulster, everything they have captured is stolen from them. The thief leaves no obvious trail. He is not merely a warrior, but a powerful magician capable of concealing both himself and the stolen treasures. Cú Chulainn later discovers that the culprit is Cú Roí Mac Daire, one of the most formidable figures of Western Irish tradition. His fortress stands in the far west of Kerry, somewhere between Tralee and the Dingle Peninsula, in a landscape long associated with ancient heroic memory. Cú Chulainn eventually reaches this stronghold with the secret assistance of Blathnat. She helps him overcome Cú Roí inside his own fortress, and the Western champion is killed. Cú Chulainn then recovers the woman, the cauldron, and Mida's 3 cows, carrying them back to Ulster. Yet the surviving tradition is far from neutral. Su'Roi was regarded as an important ancestral hero in Western Ireland, and storytellers connected with that region had every reason to protect his reputation. As a result, some versions reshape the tale in his favor. Cuchulainn is first shown suffering a humiliating defeat, while his eventual victory is presented not as an act of courage, but as the result of Blathnat's betrayal. The structure of the story suggests that this hostile interpretation was added later to defend the honor of Cu'Roi. Fragments of another version preserve a less biased account. In this tradition, the captured animals are magical white cows with red ears, a familiar sign of creatures belonging to the Celtic otherworld. They are owned by Echaid Echbel, whose home lies across the sea in Alba. The cattle occasionally swim or wander to a headland in Antrim, where Cuchulainn discovers them and drives them away. Once again, Cu'Roi mac Daire steals the herd. Echaid's name means something like horse mouth, suggesting that his face or head possessed an unnatural form. This unusual feature offers a faint comparison with Geryon, whose body was monstrous and divided into several parts. The resemblance should not be pushed too far, but it shows how both traditions place their supernatural cattle under the control of rulers who are physically unlike ordinary men. A more convincing Celtic counterpart to Geryon may be found in Cernunnos, an ancient god worshipped in Gaul. Like Geryon, Cernunnos was strongly linked with abundance and material prosperity. He is often surrounded by symbols of wealth, animals, and fertility. Some images show him beside bulls and stags, while others associate him with coins or precious objects flowing from bags or vessels. One remarkable altar, discovered at Beaune, portrays this seated deity with 3 complete heads. Other representations reduce this feature to 3 faces arranged upon a single head, sometimes crowned with antlers. In several examples, the body itself becomes less important than the head, until the god resembles a pillar with faces looking in different directions, much like the Roman Janus. This 3-faced or 3-headed form provides a striking visual comparison with Geryon. Both figures combine supernatural power, animal wealth, and a body that exceeds ordinary human form. Echoes of the same idea may also survive in the Welsh tradition of the sacred head of Bran the Blessed, although that theme belongs to a wider mythological discussion. Another curious episode belongs to Heracles' return from the western island of Erythea. Near the region later identified with Arles, the hero is surrounded by enemies and driven almost beyond endurance. He fires every arrow he possesses, but the attack continues. Exhausted and unable to find stones to use as weapons, he falls to his knees in despair. Zeus sees his suffering and intervenes. A storm of stones falls from the sky, covering the landscape and giving Heracles all the ammunition he needs. He hurls the stones at his enemies and finally drives them away. The rocky character of the surrounding country was later explained as the permanent mark left by this miraculous battle. Other ancient accounts connect the encounter with 2 sons of Poseidon named Albion and Dircinus. One Roman geographer records their names in the forms Albion and Bergion. These names are intriguing because Albion was an ancient name for Britain, while Bergion may preserve an echo of a name connected with Ireland or Iberia. Such an interpretation fits early geographical ideas in which Gaul, Spain, Britain, and Ireland were imagined much closer together than they appear on modern maps. A distant reflection of the stone battle can also be found in the Irish epic of the Táin. During the war, Cu'Roi supports Queen Medb and King Ailill by sending warriors to strengthen their invading army. Eventually, he decides to join the fighting himself. An Ulster champion named Munramur rises to oppose him. The 2 warriors meet not on the ground, but in the air, where they throw enormous stones at one another. The missiles collide and fall between the separated divisions of Medb's camp. From that time onward, the place is known as Mag Clochair, the Plain of Stones. Munremer's intervention supports Cuchulainn and spreads fear among the invading forces. The Greek and Irish episodes are arranged differently, and neither plays a central role in the greater heroic narrative. Yet both appear to preserve an extremely old image: supernatural warriors engaged in a battle of stones so violent that the landscape itself is permanently transformed. The story may once have existed independently, before being attached to different heroes and locations. The earliest tradition recognized only 10 labors of Heracles. These were said to have been completed over 8 years and 1 month, a symbolic period sometimes described as a week of years. 2 achievements, however, were rejected by Eurystheus. The defeat of the Hydra was not accepted because Iolaus had helped Heracles burn the creature's wounds. The cleansing of the Augean stables was also dismissed because Augeas had promised the hero a portion of his cattle as payment. Since Heracles had received assistance in one case and expected wages in the other, Eurystheus refused to recognize either task. To replace them, 2 further labors were added, bringing the famous total to 12. Ancient authorities did not always agree about their proper order, but the descent to capture Cerberus gradually became the final and most dramatic adventure. Before entering the underworld, however, Heracles first had to obtain the golden apples of the Hesperides. The greatest difficulty was not defeating the guardian of the apples, but simply discovering where the garden was located. The marvelous tree stood somewhere beyond the limits of ordinary geography. Its golden fruit was watched over by the Hesperides, mysterious maidens of the western evening, and by a dragon that never slept. Heracles traveled first to the legendary river Eridanus, where he encountered a group of nymphs. They told him that only Nereus, the ancient shape-shifting god of the sea, knew the road to the garden. Nereus would not willingly reveal his secrets, so Heracles had to catch him by surprise and hold him tightly while the sea god changed from one form into another. At last, Nereus surrendered and gave the hero the information he needed. Yet the path to the apples was far from direct. Heracles began one of the longest journeys of his career, crossing much of the mythical world and facing a succession of dangers that seemed almost unrelated to his original mission. His first destination was Libya, where he met the giant Antaeus. This enemy possessed a terrifying advantage. Every time his body touched the earth, his strength was renewed by his mother, the Earth Goddess. Heracles quickly understood that he could never defeat the giant while his feet remained on the ground. He therefore lifted Antaeus into the air, crushed him in his arms, and killed him while cutting him off from the source of his power. From Libya, Heracles entered Egypt. There he was captured by the servants of King Busiris, a ruler who sacrificed foreigners at the altar of Zeus. Heracles was prepared as the next victim, but he broke free through sheer force, killed the king and his followers, and escaped before the ritual could be completed. He then continued southward through Ethiopia and eventually reached the coast. Once again, he borrowed the golden vessel of the sun and crossed the sea toward Asia. Later traditions expanded this part of the journey even further, claiming that he wandered as far as India before turning north toward the Caucasus. There, Heracles found Prometheus chained to a mountain. Each day, a monstrous bird descended and devoured the Titan's liver, which grew back during the night so that the torture could begin again. Heracles killed the creature with an arrow and freed Prometheus from his suffering. In gratitude, Prometheus gave him the clearest instructions yet. The garden lay beyond Scythia in the distant land of the Hyperboreans. Even when Heracles reached it, however, he must not take the fruit directly. Instead, he should persuade Atlas to gather the apples for him. Atlas stood at the edge of the world, carrying the heavens upon his shoulders. Heracles offered to hold the sky while the Titan entered the garden and collected the fruit. Atlas agreed, relieved at the chance to escape his eternal burden. He returned with 3 golden apples, but quickly decided that he no longer wished to take the heavens back. Atlas offered to deliver the fruit to Eurystheus himself, leaving Heracles trapped beneath the weight of the sky. The hero understood the deception, but concealed his anger. He pretended to accept the arrangement and asked Atlas to support the heavens for only a moment while he adjusted a cushion upon his shoulders. Atlas foolishly agreed. The moment the Titan resumed his burden, Heracles picked up the golden apples and walked away, leaving Atlas once again imprisoned beneath the sky. Other versions tell the adventure differently. In some, Heracles enters the garden himself, kills the sleepless dragon, and plucks the fruit directly from the sacred tree. The exact location of the garden was also disputed. Some writers placed it near Mount Atlas in Libya, while others imagined it on an island in the far Western Ocean, close to Erythea and the kingdom of Geryon. The Western setting may preserve the oldest form of the myth. The Hesperides belong to the evening, sunset, and the distant region where the sun disappeared each night. Their apples were not ordinary fruit, but symbols of unending youth, vitality, and perhaps immortality itself. After Heracles presented the apples to Eurystheus, Athena took possession of them and returned them to the Hesperides. No mortal ruler could be permitted to keep such sacred fruit. The hero could reach the edge of the world, defeat monsters, deceive a titan, and carry away the treasure of immortality, but the apples ultimately belonged beyond the human realm. This ending reveals the deeper meaning of the labor. Heracles succeeds in touching eternal life, yet he cannot permanently possess it. Like many sun heroes, he crosses the boundaries between the mortal world and the lands of darkness, returns with a symbol of renewal, and then watches that treasure pass once more into the keeping of the gods. When the legend of Cú Chulainn is placed beside the story of the Hesperides, no exact Irish equivalent to the 3 golden apples immediately appears. The closest object may be the magical cauldron taken from Midas Island, since it also represents supernatural abundance and belongs to a distant realm beyond the ordinary human world. Yet even stronger parallels survive in the folk tales of the Western Highlands. One such tale follows the son of the King of Ireland as he journeys to the mysterious Green Isle. From that enchanted land, he brings back 3 bottles filled with magical water. He also obtains a loaf of bread that can never be consumed and a cheese that remains whole no matter how much is eaten from it. The adventure concludes with a feast said to last for 7 days and 7 years, a celebration untouched by hunger or exhaustion. These treasures express the same central idea as the apples of the Hesperides. They belong to another world, and they offer endless nourishment, renewal, and freedom from ordinary human limitations. The golden fruit of Greek mythology promises lasting youth, while the Celtic bread, cheese, and water create a life of inexhaustible abundance. The Welsh story of Peredur provides an even richer field for comparison. During his visit to the castle of his second uncle, Peredur sees a mysterious vessel or platter carrying a severed head. The surviving version of the tale is unclear, but this strange image may preserve a distorted memory of the sacred head of Bran the Blessed. According to Welsh tradition, Bran's head possessed extraordinary power. Wherever it was carried, sorrow disappeared and feasting continued without interruption. Those gathered around it experienced joy, entertainment, and abundance as though time itself had stopped. This magical head later became connected with the development of the Holy Grail tradition, in which a sacred object provides food, healing, revelation, or spiritual renewal. The connection becomes stronger when Peredur's journey is examined more closely. Like Heracles searching for the Garden of the Hesperides, Peredur begins without knowing where his destination lies. The Castle of Wonders cannot be reached through ordinary knowledge. He travels for an entire year without success, wandering through unfamiliar lands and finding no clear path. Eventually, Peredur encounters a knight dressed in religious clothing. In some later romances, this holy man is described as the brother of Peredur's mother. He provides the knowledge needed to continue the quest and directs the hero toward the hidden castle. This figure performs a role similar to Prometheus in the legend of Heracles. Prometheus explains how Heracles can reach the garden and obtain its sacred fruit. In the same way, the religious knight gives Peredur the guidance that allows him to approach the supernatural destination he has been unable to discover alone. When Peredur finally reaches the Castle of Wonders, however, he does not carry the mysterious head away. At first, this seems to separate his adventure from that of Heracles, who returns with the golden apples. Yet, even in the Greek myth, the hero does not keep the fruit. After it has been shown to Eurystheus, Athena immediately returns it to the garden because no mortal has the right to possess it permanently. The removal of the apples may therefore have been added mainly to make the episode fit the established structure of the labors. Like the sacred object in Peredur's castle, the fruit ultimately remains connected with its supernatural home. The hero may witness it, touch it, or temporarily carry it, but he cannot claim it as ordinary property. The same pattern appears in the 12th and final labor of Heracles, the capture of Cerberus. The monstrous dog is brought up from the underworld and displayed before Eurystheus at Mycenae. Almost immediately afterward, however, it is returned to the darkness from which it came. Cerberus belongs to the realm of the dead, and the human world cannot become his permanent home. His journey to the surface is therefore temporary, much like the removal of the golden apples. A treasure or creature of the other world may cross the boundary for a brief moment, but the natural order demands its return. If the capture of Cerberus belonged to the earliest form of the myth, it may partly repeat the earlier battle with the Nemean lion. Both stories present Heracles confronting a terrifying beast and overcoming it through physical power. Yet the deeper meaning of the final labor does not lie in the dog itself. The true mythological importance of the descent into Hades is the rescue of Theseus. Heracles does not merely travel into the kingdom of death to capture its guardian. He also brings another hero back into the living world. The story resembles the northern legend of Hermodr, who rides into the land of the dead in an attempt to recover his murdered brother Balder. Unlike Heracles, Hermodr fails. He is told that Balder may return only if every living creature weeps for him. The world is not yet ready for his restoration, and the attempt comes too soon. In Irish tradition, the closest parallel appears when Cú Chulainn travels to the Isles of the Dead and frees the three sons of Doyle Dermite. These figures may symbolize the three great divisions of daylight, suggesting that the story once described the sun or the hours of brightness being released from the control of darkness. Cú Chulainn enters the Dolorous Glen, a place that can be understood as the deepest and most dangerous region of the Irish underworld. There he confronts its king and kills him with the Gae Bolga. Once the Dark Ruler falls, his prisoners rush forward and bathe their wounds in his blood. The tale names the three sons of Doyle Dermite separately, but they were probably not the only captives. The scene suggests that an entire company of imprisoned beings is released after the death of the ruler who held them in bondage. The victory is therefore more than a personal duel. It represents the breaking of the power of darkness and the restoration of what had been taken away. A faint version of the same theme appears in the story of Peredur, where he kills the arrogant black warrior. The details are less clear, but the dark opponent again resembles a ruler or guardian connected with imprisonment and hostile supernatural power. The pattern becomes far more visible in the story of Owain. Owain defeats the perverse black robber and releases 24 noble women who have been held captive. Their number is probably meaningful. The 24 women may represent the 24 hours of the day, all imprisoned together beneath the authority of a ruler of darkness. Once the black robber is defeated, the women regain their freedom. The symbolic meaning is powerful. The whole cycle of the day, both light and darkness, is released and allowed to move again. Time itself seems to return to its proper order. Later, Arthurian romances transform the same mythical structure into the rescue of prisoners from the kingdom of Gora. Lancelot enters that hostile realm, defeats Melwas, and liberates those who have been trapped there. What was once a journey into the world of darkness becomes a nightly rescue from an enchanted kingdom. Across all these stories, the names and settings change, but the central action remains remarkably stable. A hero crosses into a distant and dangerous realm ruled by a dark power. He defeats its guardian, frees those held there, and restores them to the world outside. This is why the rescue of Theseus matters more than the display of Cerberus. The final labor of Heracles is not simply another battle with a monster, it is a descent into death followed by a successful return. Heracles enters the place from which no mortal is expected to escape and emerges carrying life back with him. The ending of Owain's story preserves the same structure. His adventures conclude with the liberation of the prisoners, just as the cycle of the 12 labors ends with Heracles rescuing Theseus from Hades. In both traditions, the hero's greatest achievement is not the destruction of an enemy, but the restoration of those who had been lost to darkness. Beyond the famous 12 labors, Greek tradition credited Heracles with countless other victories. Every region shaped its own stories around him, turning the hero into a central figure in battles, journeys, and supernatural conflicts that extended far beyond the official list of tasks imposed by Eurystheus. Among these additional adventures, none is more important than his role in the war between the Olympian gods and the giants. According to the legend, the gods could not win the conflict by themselves. An oracle had declared that the giants could only be defeated with the help of a mortal. Athena therefore called upon Heracles to join the battle. His human nature, rather than being a weakness, became the very quality that made victory possible. The immortal gods required a mortal champion to complete what they could not accomplish alone. A similar pattern appears in the Irish epic of the Tyne. During the invasion of Ulster by the armies of Queen Medb and King Ailill, the warriors of Ulster were struck by a supernatural weakness that left them unable to fight. Cuchulainn alone remained active and stood against the Western army while his people were helpless. For much of the conflict, he defended the province almost entirely by himself, challenging enemy champions one after another and delaying the advance of a vastly superior force. When the Ulstermen finally recovered, Cuchulainn did not disappear into the background. He joined them at the head of their renewed attack and helped drive the invaders from the land. His position is therefore very close to that of Heracles. In both stories, a heroic figure who stands partly outside the divine or privileged community becomes the decisive force in its hour of greatest danger. The Welsh legend of Peredur preserves another version of the same theme, but it places the great collective battle at the end of the hero's career. Peredur's final task is the destruction of the witches of Gloucester. He does not face them alone. Gwalchmai fights beside him, and Arthur sends a powerful force to support the campaign. This ending is especially striking because Peredur had earlier received his military education from these same witches. At first, they acted as his teachers. They instructed him in horsemanship, combat, and the use of weapons. Yet by the conclusion of the story, he leads Arthur's warriors against them and brings about their destruction. And such a development would have been much harder to preserve in the Irish tradition. Cuchulainn was not merely trained by Scathach, he became her foster son. Fosterage was one of the most sacred relationships in early Irish society, and a story in which he later led an army to destroy his foster mother would have carried a powerful sense of betrayal. The Irish narrative therefore reshaped the conflict. Instead of making Cuchulainn attack Scathach and her warrior women, it gave him a different Western enemy. The invading army of the Táin included the Fir Bolg and numerous other peoples under the leadership of Queen Medb. Like Scathach, Medb was a formidable woman of war, but she stood outside the hero's sacred foster relationship. She could therefore occupy the role of the hostile warrior queen without creating the same moral difficulty. The Welsh story describes Peredur's enemies as the 9 witches of Caer Loyw, although it never clearly states how many warriors were present in the final battle. The scale of the conflict suggests that the witches commanded a much larger force than their title implies. They may have been surrounded by numerous followers and male allies who are simply ignored by the surviving narrator. Another Welsh legend supports this possibility. In the tale of Cúl Hwch and Olwen, Arthur and his companions attack Caer Loyw to rescue Mabon, a youthful divine figure connected with the ancient god Maponus. In that story, the fortress is defended by men rather than women. The two traditions may preserve different versions of the same mythical stronghold. The witches may have been the ruling Amazon-like figures, while a wider army defended the fortress around them. Sun heroes usually fight alone, or with only a single companion. Their isolation emphasizes their exceptional strength and separates them from ordinary warriors. Yet, the great battles of Heracles, Cuchulainn, and Peredur show that collective warfare can also belong to an ancient layer of heroic myth. These episodes should not automatically be dismissed as later additions merely because armies are involved. A vast heroic war supported by a sun-like champion stands at the center of the Iliad as well. The Trojan War cannot be reduced to a single mythological formula, but several of its central characters fit the same pattern found in the legends of Heracles, Cuchulainn, and Peredur. Helen is often treated as the key to the entire story. She has been interpreted as a goddess of dawn, light, or seasonal renewal, moving between rival groups associated with brightness and darkness. Yet, a beautiful woman passing between opposing forces is such a common element in heroic mythology that Helen alone cannot explain the deeper structure of the war. A different interpretation begins by temporarily removing the direct intervention of the Olympian gods from the poem. Apollo's support for Troy, for example, may reflect later Greek ideas about the peoples and religious traditions of Asia Minor rather than the oldest layer of the legend. Once the divine interventions are set aside, the Greek army itself begins to resemble the Olympian side of an older cosmic battle. Agamemnon takes the position of the central ruler, much as Zeus commands the gods. Opposing him stands a great Eastern alliance in which Trojans and Amazons fight side by side. Within this structure, Achilles becomes the principal solar champion. He is the son of Peleus, a mortal man, and Thetis, an immortal sea goddess. His mixed parentage places him between humanity and divinity, just as Heracles and Cuchulainn occupy uncertain positions between the mortal and supernatural worlds. Thetis devotes herself to protecting Achilles from the fate awaiting him. She knows that if he goes to Troy, he will gain eternal fame but die young. In some traditions, she hides him among women and has him dressed in female clothing in the hope that the Greek leaders will never discover him. Similar efforts are made to protect Cuchulainn. His mother Deichtine attempts to keep him away from the warriors gathered at Emain Macha, fearing the violent life that awaits him. Yet the boy cannot be restrained. Like Achilles, he chooses a brief and glorious life over a long existence without renown. Perideur's mother goes even further. After the death of her husband and sons, she raises the boy in isolation and refuses to teach him anything about knights, weapons, or warfare. She hopes that complete ignorance will protect him from the fate that destroyed the men of his family. Her plan fails the moment Perideur encounters armed horsemen and becomes fascinated by their appearance. All three heroes are therefore pushed toward destiny despite the efforts of their mothers. Achilles, Cuchulainn, and Perideur are offered safety, obscurity, or domestic peace, but each is drawn toward conflict. Their heroic identities cannot remain hidden. One question remains. What separates Achilles from the other Greeks in the way that Heracles is separated from the Olympians, or Cuchulainn from the weakened Ulstermen? Greek literature may no longer preserve a clear distinction, but a faint trace may survive in the unusual origin of the Myrmidons, the people commanded by Achilles. One tradition claimed that the Myrmidons descended from ants, transformed into human beings by Zeus. This strange ancestry makes them unlike ordinary Greeks and surrounds Achilles with a people of supernatural origin. Whether this detail belongs to the oldest form of the story is uncertain, but it reinforces the sense that Achilles and his followers stand apart from the wider Greek army. Whatever his origin, Achilles becomes the savior of the Greeks when their situation appears most desperate. His withdrawal nearly destroys them, and his return transforms the war. No other fighter can match him, and once he re-enters the conflict, the balance changes immediately. One of the most dramatic episodes associated with Achilles is his battle against Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons. She arrives at Troy after the death of Hector and leads her warrior women against the Greeks. Achilles kills her in single combat, but when he sees her face, he is overwhelmed by her beauty and youth. Some versions suggest that his grief goes deeper than simple regret. He may recognize Penthesilea as someone he once knew or loved. Even where this detail is absent, the emotional reversal is powerful. The enemy warrior becomes an object of sympathy at the exact moment of her death. This episode closely resembles Perideur's changing relationship with the witches of Gloucester. His first encounter with them leads to friendship and education. They help transform him into a warrior. His final meeting, however, ends in destruction. The same female martial power that once guided the hero later becomes the enemy he must overcome. The defeat of Hector and the rout of Troy's allies bring the Iliad toward its conclusion, but they do not actually end the Trojan War. The epic contains only one part of a much larger mythological cycle. Several distinct traditions were eventually woven together into the story of Troy's destruction. The victory of Achilles over Hector forms one important thread. The recovery of Helen by Menelaus forms another. Yet a third element concerns the theft of the Palladium, the sacred image that protected the city of Troy. As long as the object remained inside the citadel, the city could not fall. The Greeks learned that the Palladium could only be taken with the aid of weapons connected with Heracles. His arrows therefore had to be recovered and brought to the war. The conquest of Troy also required Neoptolemus, the young son of Achilles. Neoptolemus arrives after his father's death and takes up the weapons of Achilles. Under the guidance of Odysseus, the most cunning strategist among the Greeks, he continues the work his father began. Odysseus plays the role of a culture hero, relying on intelligence, deception, and technical skill rather than pure strength. Neoptolemus represents a new generation of solar warrior. He is the son of the greatest champion of the war and inherits both his weapons and his destructive destiny. His arrival helps complete the fall of Troy, making him the heroic successor who brings an unfinished struggle to its final conclusion. Despite his brutality, Neoptolemus may be compared with Galahad in the Arthurian romances. Galahad is the son of Lancelot, another hero marked by extraordinary ability and a troubled relationship with the world around him. Like Neoptolemus, he enters the story as the heir to an older champion and is destined to accomplish what the previous generation could not finish. A sword once associated with Balin is miraculously preserved for Galahad. It waits for the knight worthy of carrying it, just as the weapons of Achilles pass to his son. Galahad's coming has been foretold, and his role is not merely to repeat the achievements of Lancelot, but to surpass them. He becomes the knight who completes the quest of the Holy Grail and brings the mysterious enchantments of Britain to an end. The older heroes prepare the way, but the final victory belongs to the son. In Greek myth, Neoptolemus brings the Trojan War to its conclusion. In Arthurian romance, Galahad completes the spiritual mission that Lancelot could approach but never fully achieve. Across these traditions, the pattern is remarkably consistent. A great community faces an enemy it cannot defeat alone. A chosen hero enters the struggle and turns the course of events. Yet even that hero may leave the work incomplete. His weapons, powers, or destiny then pass to a younger successor who brings the ancient conflict to its final end. Greek tradition does not portray Heracles as an untarnished hero. Alongside his greatest victories stand two terrible crimes that shape the course of his entire life. These moments divide his story into distinct chapters, transforming him from an unstoppable champion into a man forced to confront the consequences of his own actions. The first tragedy comes during a fit of divine madness. Stripped of reason, Heracles murders the children he had with his wife Megara. When the madness passes, he is left to face the horror of what he has done. Many ancient authors explain that this crime became the reason he was placed under the authority of King Eurystheus. The famous 12 labors were therefore not simply heroic adventures, but acts of penance meant to cleanse a soul burdened by unbearable guilt. A second disaster strikes later in his life. Once again overcome by madness, Heracles kills his friend Iphitus. This crime demands another punishment. The oracle at Delphi declares that the hero must be sold into slavery. Obeying the divine command, Hermes escorts Heracles to a slave market where he is purchased by Omphale, the widowed queen of Lydia. What follows is one of the most unusual episodes in Greek mythology. Instead of treating Heracles as a servant, Omphale grows fond of him and eventually grants him his freedom. The two become lovers, and for a time the greatest warrior of Greece abandons the life of constant struggle. The legends delight in reversing the hero's familiar image. Omphale dresses herself in the lion skin and carries Heracles' famous club, adopting the appearance of the mighty champion. Heracles, meanwhile, exchanges his weapons for women's clothing. He spends his days spinning wool and performing tasks traditionally assigned to women. Greek playwrights found endless comic possibilities in this reversal of roles, presenting the invincible hero in situations that completely overturned expectations. Yet Heracles does not remain idle forever. Even during his years in Lydia, his heroic nature continues to emerge. He clears the countryside of bandits, defeats hostile tribes threatening the kingdom, and wages successful campaigns against neighboring enemies, including the Amazons. Though temporarily removed from his homeland, he remains a protector and warrior wherever he goes. Once his period of exile ends, Heracles leaves Lydia behind and returns to Greece to resume his legendary career. Irish tradition preserves a remarkably similar sequence in the life of Cuchulainn. Like Heracles, he is occasionally overwhelmed by violent states in which his normal judgment disappears. Earlier stories describe his terrifying battle frenzy, while another tragic episode recounts how he unknowingly kills his own son, Connla. That death results from ignorance rather than madness, but it still places unbearable sorrow at the center of the hero's life. An even closer parallel to the Lydian exile appears in the tale of Fand. The story begins not with battle, but with enchantment. Two supernatural women, Liban and her sister Fand, enter the human world disguised as beautiful swans. Liban is connected with Labraid of the swift hand on the sword, ruler of a magnificent island beyond the ordinary world. Fand herself was once married to Manannán mac Lir, the great lord of the sea, but their marriage has ended, and she has become fascinated by the fame of Cuchulainn. The two swans descend upon a lake where Cuchulainn encounters them. Their voices produce an enchanting music unlike anything heard among mortals. Everyone who listens falls into a deep sleep. Only Cuchulainn attempts to resist the spell. He repeatedly hurls his spear at the mysterious birds, but every throw misses its mark, something almost unheard of for the greatest warrior of Ulster. Frustrated and bewildered by his failure, he too succumbs to sleep. During his dream, two women approach him. One is dressed in red, the other in green. Without mercy, they strike him again and again with horsewhips until he awakens. When consciousness returns, Cuchulainn is no longer the man he was. A strange illness overwhelms him. He asks to be carried home and lies silently in bed for nearly an entire year. He neither speaks nor shows interest in the world around him. None of his companions can understand the cause of this mysterious condition. Eventually, the truth becomes clear. The illness has been inflicted by the fairy women themselves. The only hope of recovery is to return to the place where the enchantment first occurred. Exactly 1 year after the dream, Cuchulainn travels back to the lake and meets Liban and Fand once more. This time, they offer healing rather than punishment. Their price is simple but extraordinary. Cuchulainn must journey to the island kingdom of Labraid, fight on behalf of its ruler in a coming war, and afterward remain there for a time with Fand herself. The hero hesitates. Leaving his own world for the mysterious island of the fairies is no ordinary decision. At last, he accepts the invitation. He crosses into Labraid's realm, fights bravely for its king, and secures victory in battle. Afterwards, he remains for a month beside Fand, living in a peaceful happiness entirely unlike the harsh life of constant warfare he has always known. When the time comes to leave, the lovers agree that they will meet again. They keep this promise, but the reunion cannot remain secret forever. Cuchulainn's wife Emer learns of the affair and gathers her companions, determined to kill the fairy woman. At the moment danger reaches its greatest intensity, another figure enters the story. Manannán mac Lir, Fand's former husband, suddenly appears. Invisible to everyone except Cuchulainn's charioteer Loeg, he carries Fand away forever. The disappearance shatters Cuchulainn completely. Overcome by grief and confusion, he loses his reason once more. He abandons human society and wanders through the wilderness in a state of madness. Only the chief druid of King Conchobar finally succeeds in restoring him. Using powerful magical symbols together with a potion of forgetfulness, the druid heals both Cuchulainn and Emer. The memories that caused such overwhelming pain gradually fade, allowing husband and wife to return to ordinary life. The Welsh romances preserve striking echoes of this pattern. Peredur spends a period of his life ruling beside the mysterious empress in a distant realm before eventually returning to Arthur's court. Owain likewise remains with the Lady of the Fountain after marrying her, living in her enchanted kingdom until Arthur's knights discover him and persuade him to return to the world he had left behind. Lancelot experiences an even closer parallel. Following a painful quarrel with Queen Guinevere, he falls into madness and disappears from ordinary society. Eventually, he reaches the domain of Elaine, who restores his sanity through the miraculous power of the Holy Grail. He then remains for years on the Joyous Isle before Arthur's knights finally recognize him and convince him to return to Camelot. Each hero follows the same broad pattern. A period of madness or emotional collapse separates him from the human world. He enters a distant land ruled by a mysterious woman, recovers there, performs great deeds on behalf of his new hosts, and only later returns to his original companions. During these years of absence, none of the heroes abandons his martial identity. Heracles fights for Omphale against her enemies. Cuchulainn wins battles for Labrade. Owain defends the Lady of the Fountain's kingdom. Lancelot defeats every challenger while living under the name of the Knight of Ill Fortune. Even in exile, the heroic role continues. The Welsh tradition gradually blends two different female figures into one. The woman corresponding to Fand, or Omphale, slowly merges with the Empress, who belongs to another mythological pattern altogether. The Empress is better compared with the Irish Morrigan or the Greek Hera, powerful queens standing above the ordinary world of heroes. Fand belongs to a different symbolic tradition. Her very name appears to be connected with water. She represents flowing water, perhaps a tear, a drop of dew, or some other delicate expression of moisture. This symbolism becomes clearer in the Welsh romances, where Owain's beloved is not simply a queen, but the Lady of the Fountain. Water itself becomes the dwelling place of feminine supernatural power. The same poetic image survives in later literature. In the legend of the Lady of Shalott, the shining mirror through which she views the world resembles a still surface of water. When the reflection of Lancelot appears within it, the perfect image is shattered forever. Once again, water, beauty, and the arrival of the heroic, sun-like figure are inseparably linked. Even Omphale shares this connection. She is described as the daughter of the river god Iardanus, tying her directly to rivers and flowing water. Her name may itself belong to the same family of ancient words that produced Greek terms for rain, Latin words for showers, and Sanskrit expressions connected with water. Taken together, these stories preserve what appears to be an ancient nature myth. The wandering hero, often representing the power of the sun, enters a mysterious realm ruled by women associated with rivers, fountains, lakes, rain, or the sea. There he finds love, forgetfulness, renewal, and temporary rest before returning once again to the human world. Labrade's island clearly belongs to this supernatural geography. Like many Celtic otherworlds, it lies beyond a stretch of water that separates ordinary existence from the realm of enchantment. Greek mythology imagined similar places beyond the sea. Lydia, Lycia, and the lands around Troy, where the sun seemed to rise each morning from the eastern waters, could all serve as entrances to another world. Other traditions moved this mysterious land westward to islands such as Erythea, where the sun disappeared beneath the ocean each evening. The direction mattered less than the destination itself. Whether reached by sailing east towards sunrise or west towards sunset, these distant islands belonged to the same mythical landscape. They were places standing beyond the limits of ordinary humanity, where heroes crossed the boundary between the familiar world and the realm of eternal waters, before eventually finding their way home again. After examining the individual adventures of the great heroes, it becomes possible to look at them as members of a single mythological tradition. Although their names, cultures, and stories differ, they share remarkable similarities in the way they fight, travel, and confront the supernatural world. Heracles, for example, is often remembered carrying his massive wooden club, yet this was probably not his earliest weapon. The oldest traditions suggest that he originally relied mainly on a bow and arrows, much like Apollo. The club appears to have become closely associated with him only as the legend developed over time. Another famous Greek hero, Bellerophon, also combines ranged and close combat, fighting with a bow, a spear, and, when necessary, a sword. The same pattern appears in the stories of Cuchulainn. His armory is extraordinarily varied. He throws stones with deadly accuracy, hurls spears over great distances, and fights with a sword whenever battle becomes more personal. In his most desperate moments, however, he turns to his most feared weapon, the Gae Bolga. Unlike an ordinary spear, the Gai Bolga is used in a unique manner. Rather than striking directly at an opponent's chest, it is usually driven upward from below, entering through an unprotected point before expanding inside the victim's body. On rarer occasions, Ku Chulin brings it down from above with devastating force. This unusual style of attack recalls the legendary battle of Bellerophon against the Chimera, where the Greek hero strikes from the back of the flying Pegasus, attacking his monstrous enemy from the sky rather than from the ground. Welsh tradition follows the same heroic pattern while giving it a different emphasis. Peredur eventually becomes famous as one of the greatest swordsmen of his generation, but his very name is closely associated with the spear. In some texts, he is called Peredur of the Long Shaft, a title celebrating the extraordinary reach and deadly precision of his weapon. The expression probably refers less to the physical length of the spear than to the hero's ability to strike enemies at remarkable distances without fail. A similar idea may lie behind one of the epithets of the Irish god Lugh, who is described as long-handed. Neither hero literally possesses an unusually long arm. Instead, the image suggests power that reaches beyond ordinary human limits. The same symbolic language appears in Greek mythology. Apollo bears the title Far Shooter, emphasizing that his arrows never fail to reach their target regardless of distance. Whether myth speaks of a long spear, a long hand, or arrows that travel impossibly far, the underlying idea remains unchanged. The true hero possesses an almost supernatural ability to strike precisely where no ordinary warrior could. The similarities continue in the hero's methods of travel. Greek art usually portrays the sun itself crossing the heavens in a chariot rather than on horseback. Several heroic figures follow this celestial model. Perseus and Bellerophon ride the winged horse Pegasus, while Heracles frequently appears beside a chariot drawn by two powerful horses. His companion Iolaus drives the vehicle while the hero prepares for battle. When the journey extends beyond land, however, even the chariot is abandoned. During certain adventures, Heracles borrows the golden vessel of the sun, a mysterious bowl imagined as carrying the sun back across the world during the night. This magical craft allows him to cross seas that ordinary ships cannot navigate. Some artistic traditions add another striking image by showing Heracles riding upon the back of a lion. Although not the best-known version of the hero, it introduces another recurring feature of solar mythology: the champion traveling upon a supernatural beast instead of an ordinary animal. Ku Chulin's adventures reveal remarkably similar ideas. During battle, he almost always fights from his famous chariot, pulled by two magnificent horses and driven by his loyal companion Loeg. Together they form one of the most recognizable warrior teams in Irish legend. Yet when Ku Chulin undertakes his long journey to the distant island of Scathach, the familiar chariot disappears. He must travel alone through landscapes that no ordinary traveler could cross. The route itself becomes part of the challenge. Some obstacles are overcome in astonishing ways. At one point, he follows the rolling of a wheel. Elsewhere, he advances by tracing the movement of an apple. These strange episodes suggest magical paths whose meaning has largely disappeared from the surviving stories, but whose symbolic character remains unmistakable. The most extraordinary part of the journey comes when Ku Chulin mounts a savage beast resembling a lion. The creature carries him not only across land, but also over the sea itself. For 4 days, he rides upon its back until they finally reach an inhabited island. Those who witness the spectacle are amazed that such a terrifying animal should willingly serve a human rider. This remarkable beast resembles the magical horses Ku Chulin later captures for his own chariot after returning to Ireland. Those famous steeds rise from a lake and possess powers that clearly distinguish them from ordinary horses. Even so, an even closer comparison may be found elsewhere in Irish mythology. The older solar hero, Lugh, rides a supernatural mare named Enbar. She belongs to his foster father, Manannán mac Lir, Lord of the Sea. Her name may suggest that she possesses a bird-like head or some other avian feature. Whatever her appearance, she moves with astonishing speed, crossing both land and sea without difficulty. Enbar recalls Pegasus in several important ways. Pegasus is also connected with water through his relationship with Poseidon and with the springs that appear wherever his hoof strikes the earth. Both creatures unite the freedom of flight with mastery over water, allowing the solar hero to travel beyond ordinary geographical limits. Welsh heroes preserve a slightly different tradition. Chariots play almost no role in their stories. Instead, they consistently fight on horseback. Lleu, the Welsh counterpart of Lug, owns an extraordinary horse known as the Steed of the Yellow-White Hoof Prince. Two unusual qualities are attributed to this animal. It is described as a gift horse, suggesting that it was received from another supernatural being rather than acquired in an ordinary manner. The Irish story of Manannan giving Enbar to Lug helps explain the significance of this detail. The horse is also called tame or domesticated, but not in the everyday sense of an ordinary riding animal. The word implies that it was originally wild and later brought under control. Here, the Irish stories once again provide an illuminating parallel. Cú Chulain's journey on the back of the savage lion-like beast suggests that mastering a supernatural creature was itself a mark of heroic greatness. Lleu's horse may preserve the memory of exactly such a conquest. Irish tradition contains another remarkable example in the horse of Conall Cernach. During his pursuit of Lugaid, the warrior responsible for Cú Chulain's death, Conall drives a chariot pulled by only a single horse rather than the usual pair. This animal is anything but ordinary. It possesses the head of a dog and actively participates in combat. Instead of merely carrying its master, it attacks his enemies with its own teeth. The duel between Conall and Lugaid demonstrates the horse's extraordinary role. Earlier in the day, Lugaid has already lost one hand. He therefore demands that Conall fight with one hand tied behind his back so that the contest will be equal. Conall accepts the challenge. During the struggle, however, his horse suddenly lunges forward and tears a great wound in Lugaid with its powerful jaws. The attack weakens the wounded warrior just enough for Conall to finish the fight and avenge Cú Chulain's death. Throughout the Indo-European world, mounted combat probably predates the widespread use of war chariots. The familiar two-horse chariot eventually became the standard vehicle of heroic warriors in traditions such as the Ulster cycle. Against this background, Conall's one-horse chariot appears highly unusual. It may preserve an older stage of heroic mythology in which the rider depended upon a single supernatural beast rather than a matched team of horses. In this sense, Conall's monstrous horse stands somewhere between the paired chariot steeds of Cú Chulainn and the solitary lion-like creature that carried him to Scartax's island. It also recalls Owain's faithful white lion, another supernatural companion that fights beside its master rather than merely transporting him. Across Greek, Irish, and Welsh tradition, the same pattern emerges again and again. The greatest heroes are distinguished not only by extraordinary weapons, but also by extraordinary mounts. Whether they ride winged horses, enchanted mares, lion-like beasts, magical chariots, or animals with impossible forms, these companions are more than transportation. They are living symbols of the hero's ability to cross boundaries that ordinary mortals cannot. They carry the solar champion across rivers, seas, enchanted landscapes, and even the threshold separating the human world from the realm of myth itself. Although Heracles has served as the central figure throughout this comparison, he is far from the only hero who belongs to this larger mythological tradition. Again and again, his story intersects with those of other legendary champions such as Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus, Achilles, and Apollo. Each preserves part of the same ancient pattern while expressing it in a different form. The relationship between Heracles and Theseus has already revealed how one hero can descend into the realm of death and return with another. The connection between Heracles and Apollo, however, presents a far more difficult problem. These two heroes are alike in many ways, yet Greek mythology places them on very different levels. One of their earliest confrontations follows Heracles' capture of the sacred deer belonging to Artemis. Although Apollo appears beside his sister during that encounter, a much more dramatic conflict occurs later after Heracles has killed Iphitus. Tormented by guilt and driven into a disturbed state of mind, Heracles travels to Delphi seeking guidance from Apollo's oracle. Instead of receiving help, he is rejected. The priestess refuses to deliver any prophecy, horrified by the blood guilt clinging to the hero. Heracles' anger explodes. He storms into the sanctuary itself, seizes the sacred tripod upon which the oracle depends, and attempts to carry it away. His intention is extraordinary. Rather than accepting Apollo's refusal, he plans to establish an oracle of his own. Apollo immediately intervenes. The two greatest champions of Greek mythology stand ready to fight one another over the possession of the holy object. The duel threatens to become catastrophic before Zeus himself steps in and forces both to stop. Although Heracles is prevented from taking the tripod permanently, he nevertheless achieves his purpose. The oracle finally speaks. Its command is clear: he must atone for the murder of Iphitus by entering slavery once again. That judgment ultimately leads him to Lydia and to the court of Queen Omphale. The remarkable feature of the story is that the conflict leaves no lasting hatred behind it. Afterward, Heracles and Apollo become close allies. In later tradition, Heracles is even remembered as one of the greatest promoters of Apollo's worship throughout the Greek world. Their violent quarrel becomes only a brief interruption in a much deeper partnership. This episode should probably not be confused with Apollo's hostility toward Achilles during the Trojan War. There, Apollo's support for Troy seems to reflect later Greek attitudes toward Asia Minor rather than an older mythological rivalry between two solar heroes. Irish tradition preserves a much closer parallel through the complicated relationship between Cú Chulainn, Conall Cernach, and Loegr Buadach. These three warriors are closely connected, yet they also compete fiercely with one another. Cú Chulainn and Conall are foster brothers, a bond considered almost as sacred as blood kinship in early Irish society. Fosterage created lifelong loyalty, but it did not eliminate rivalry. The greatest heroes still struggled over honor, prestige, and recognition. One famous cycle of stories centers on the champion's portion, the finest share of meat served during the royal feasts at Emain Macha. Whoever received this portion was acknowledged as the greatest warrior present. The honor proved impossible to settle peacefully. Again and again, arguments among Cú Chulainn, Conall, and Loegr threatened to erupt into deadly violence. King Conchobar and the leading nobles repeatedly intervened to prevent the heroes from killing one another. Unable to reach agreement, they submitted the question to a series of terrifying supernatural judges. Cú Chulainn successfully completed every ordeal placed before him and emerged victorious each time, yet his rivals never fully accepted the decisions. Eventually, Cú Chulainn grew weary of the endless disputes. Rather than continue competing with his own companions, he withdrew from the contest entirely. The tradition of awarding the champion's portion gradually disappeared, and the friendships among the heroes were no longer tested in that way. Norse mythology approaches the same idea differently. Instead of emphasizing rivalry, it reveals a family of solar heroes existing side by side. Balder is the best known, but he is accompanied by two remarkable brothers. Hermodr undertakes the desperate journey into the realm of the dead in an attempt to bring Balder home again. Vali, on the other hand, is born for a single purpose. Although only one night old, he immediately grows strong enough to avenge his brother's death. This miraculous birth recalls another famous episode in Greek mythology. Apollo himself is said to have defeated the monstrous Python almost immediately after entering the world. In both traditions, the youthful solar hero displays extraordinary power from the very beginning of life. Yet an important difference separates Greek mythology from the Celtic and Norse traditions. Balder, Hermodr, and Vali stand upon the same divine level. Owain, Peredur, and Gwalchmai likewise belong to the same heroic generation. Lancelot and Galahad continue the pattern in Arthurian romance. Heracles and Apollo do not fit so neatly together. Heracles is born a mortal man who later achieves immortality through suffering and heroic achievement. Apollo, by contrast, appears as a fully divine being from the very moment of his birth. The contrast creates a difficult question. If Heracles and Apollo occupy similar mythological roles, Why does one begin life as a human while the other is already a god? One possible explanation is that the surviving Greek tradition preserves different stages of religious development. Perhaps Apollo, like Heracles, was originally imagined as a mortal hero whose status gradually rose until he became fully divine. Greek literature offers no direct evidence for such a transformation, yet several details in Apollo's mythology make the idea worth considering. Even before his birth, Hera attempts to delay Apollo's arrival into the world, just as she later tries to prevent the birth of Heracles. The parallel suggests that both children are destined to become dangerous opponents of her plans. Apollo also experiences periods of compulsory service remarkably similar to those endured by Heracles. He serves King Laomedon of Troy, tending the royal cattle, and later enters the household of Admetus, ruler of Phyrae in Thessaly. During his service to Admetus, Apollo performs extraordinary feats. One of the most famous is the taming of a lion and a wild boar so that they peacefully draw the king's wedding chariot. Only after accomplishing this impossible task can Admetus marry Alcestis, daughter of Peleus. The episode recalls many later heroic traditions. Like Siegfried assisting Gunther in winning Brynhild, Apollo uses supernatural strength to secure another man's marriage. Such adventures resemble the deeds of legendary heroes more than those of an untouchable Olympian god. When the great Greek heroes are compared more broadly, the distinction between mortals and immortals becomes less absolute than it first appears. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus, and Achilles remain mortal despite their extraordinary achievements. Heracles begins as a man, but is eventually welcomed among the gods. Apollo alone seems completely divine from the beginning. And instead of forcing all these figures into a single pattern, another explanation may be more convincing. Ancient Indo-European mythology may simply have preserved several different traditions concerning the birth of the solar hero. One version presents the solar hero as the son, or renewed appearance, of an earlier solar hero. Arthurian romance offers clear examples through Lancelot and his son Galahad, or through similar father and son relationships in many heroic cycles. A second tradition makes the solar hero the son of the great culture hero, the wise founder, magician, or civilizing figure who stands at the beginning of the people's history. This pattern appears repeatedly in Celtic mythology. A third, perhaps older tradition places the solar hero among the children of the supreme sky god himself. In this version, the hero is divine from birth. Apollo represents this model most clearly. These traditions need not exclude one another. They may instead preserve different stages of religious thought. The oldest mythology may have viewed the solar champion as a direct son of the supreme heavenly god. Later generations elevated the culture hero until he began to occupy the place once held by the older sky deity. Once that happened, the solar hero naturally became the child of the culture hero instead. This gradual shift can be observed across the Indo-European world. In India, Indra rises until he becomes the leading figure of the pantheon. Among the Germanic peoples, Woden eventually takes a position once associated with the older god Tiamat. Celtic mythology follows the same tendency. The ancient sky god becomes increasingly difficult to identify. In many stories, he almost disappears altogether. The older divine order fades into the background as heroes, kings, and magical founders assume greater importance. His consort survives more clearly. She remains visible under titles such as the Great Queen or the Empress, yet she often appears without an equally important divine husband. The balance that characterizes Greek mythology no longer exists. Greek tradition preserves the formal marriage of Zeus and Hera as the foundation of divine authority. Celtic legend, however, offers only scattered hints that such a relationship ever occupied the same central place. One example appears in the stories surrounding King Conchobar and his sister Deichtine. Certain traditions hint at a relationship that disturbed the nobles of Ulster, who considered the situation deeply troubling. Their anxiety ends only when Deichtine is married to Sualtam, who thereafter becomes the acknowledged earthly father of Cu Chulainn. The story illustrates how older mythological ideas may survive only as faint echoes. What was once a divine pattern involving the highest gods gradually becomes transformed into an uneasy fragment preserved within heroic legend. The theology has faded, but traces of its original structure remain hidden beneath the adventures of the heroes who inherited it. The strange relationship between the culture hero and the older sky god may also explain several uncomfortable traditions preserved in Celtic mythology. In an earlier religious system, the union of a supreme god and his divine sister may once have been accepted in much the same way as the marriage of Zeus and Hera in Greek belief. By the time these stories were written down, however, such a relationship was no longer viewed as sacred. It had become a forbidden act, surviving only as a troubling shadow within heroic legend. When the culture hero rose to occupy the place once held by the ancient sky god, he inherited more than divine authority. In some traditions, he also appears to inherit the god's relationship with the Great Queen. The old divine marriage was therefore transformed into an accusation of incest because the new hero was now described as the woman's brother rather than as her legitimate husband. Irish mythology preserves this pattern in the story of Cairbre Muse and Dubin, while Welsh legend reflects it in the relationship between Arthur and Gwaihir. Gwaihir may represent a Welsh form of the same great goddess who appears in Ireland as the Morrigan and in Greece as Hera. Once Arthur was elevated to the position of the supreme ruler, he effectively became her brother within the revised genealogy. This created the dark tradition surrounding the birth of Medrawd, better known as Mordred, and perhaps also affected the ancestry of Gwalchmai. The situation becomes even more complicated because Gwaihir already had a husband, King Lot. Lot had not disappeared entirely from the mythology, but he had lost his former importance. Once perhaps comparable to the supreme god, he was pushed into the background and reinterpreted as a ruler connected with distant islands, the sea, or the otherworld. His titles as King of Orkney and Lochlann preserve this weakened and remote position. A similar transformation can be seen in the Welsh tale of Gwydion and Arianrhod. As Gwydion rises to divine status, he becomes known as a son of Don. This places him within the same family as Arianrhod and turns them into brother and sister. Yet Arianrhod becomes the mother of Lo, the solar hero whose true father appears to be Gwydion himself. Once again, an older divine relationship survives inside a later genealogy that makes it forbidden. The marriage of Zeus and Hera also provides the central explanation for Hera's hatred of Apollo and Heracles. Both heroes are children born from Zeus's relationships with other women, and Hera's jealousy begins before either child enters the world. She attempts to delay their births and later places obstacles throughout their lives. Irish mythology could no longer offer the same explanation for the hostility between the Morrigan and Cú Chulainn. The Great Queen was not remembered as the lawful wife of Cú Chulainn's divine father. Storytellers therefore created another cause for the conflict. According to the surviving tradition, the Morrigan approached Cú Chulainn and offered him her love. The hero rejected her, and the humiliation turned her desire into hatred. From that moment onward, she repeatedly interfered in his battles, appearing in different forms and attempting to bring about his defeat. The original story of Peredur may once have followed a similar pattern. The hero probably insulted or refused the mysterious empress and therefore earned her hostility. In the version that survives, however, the conflict ends very differently. After treating her warriors with contempt and resisting her authority, Peredur eventually yields and becomes her husband. This development is almost as though Heracles, after Zeus had faded from memory, had been required to marry Hera himself. The most likely reason for this strange turn is that two separate female figures were gradually confused. The terrifying empress, who belonged to the tradition of the Great Queen, merged with the gentler lady of the lake, fountain, or enchanted island type. As the two figures blended together, hostility could be transformed into romance. The role of those who command, encourage, and guide the solar hero must now be considered. In the Greek cycle of Heracles, Eurystheus gives the orders, Hera remains the hidden force behind many of them, and Athena repeatedly assists the hero through his greatest dangers. Athena accompanies Heracles during many of his hardest adventures. When exhaustion overwhelms him, she provides comfort and protection. In some traditions, she even causes warm springs to rise from the earth so that he may bathe and recover his strength. Her help extends into the realm of death. During Heracles' descent into Hades, Athena is said to have prevented him from drowning in the river Styx. Her role is therefore not simply to offer advice. She actively protects the hero when supernatural forces threaten to destroy him. The same goddess had already supported other Greek champions. She guided Perseus during his mission against Medusa and helped Bellerophon gain control of the winged horse Pegasus. Athena appears repeatedly beside heroes who must master impossible creatures, cross forbidden boundaries, or enter worlds beyond ordinary human experience. Yet Greek tradition does not present Athena and these heroes as lovers. Her relationship with them is based on protection, wisdom, and divine favor rather than romance. This distinction is important because later, heroic literature frequently places a helpful woman beside the hero without making her the object of his desire. Hermes also appears near Athena in many scenes from the adventures of Heracles. As the divine messenger, inventor, guide, and culture hero, his presence suggests that the hero's labors are watched over by both wisdom and civilizing intelligence. Irish legend offers a parallel through Feidelm of the Nine Forms, a daughter of King Concobar. On the night before Cu Chulainn rides out to confront the Western forces, she secretly prepares a bath for him. Like Athena caring for the exhausted Heracles, Feidelm provides comfort and renewal before the hero enters danger. Welsh tradition preserves the same supporting figure in Luned. She assists Owain in numerous ways, giving advice, protecting his interests, and directing him through situations he could not easily survive alone. In the story of Peredur, a similar role is played by the unnamed princess who places her bed near the hero's prison cell. She offers aid, companionship, and encouragement while he remains in captivity. Yet the story does not transform their relationship into a love affair. Even Chrétien de Troyes preserves this heroic self-control in the story of Lancelot. During his search for Guinevere, a young woman offers him shelter only on the condition that he share her bed. Lancelot reluctantly agrees because he needs her assistance, but when night comes, he refuses to touch her. The woman recognizes that he is devoted to a dangerous and noble mission. On the following day, she helps him continue his journey and wishes him success. Like Athena, Luned, and Feidelm, she serves as a guide rather than a lover. The culture hero also appears beside the solar champion, though his identity changes from one tradition to another. In the Irish stories, this role may belong to Conchobar, the king who protects Cu Chulainn and is sometimes suspected of being his true father. In Welsh and Arthurian legend, the same function is performed by Arthur. Again and again, Arthur brings the wandering solar hero back from a supernatural realm and restores him to human society. Owain abandons Arthur's court and lives with the Lady of the Fountain until Arthur and his knights discover him. Peredur also spends time in a mysterious kingdom before eventually returning. Lancelot remains with Elaine on the Joyous Isle until Arthur's warriors recognize him and persuade him to come back. Arthur's role resembles that of the Indian god Indra, who in early mythology brings the hidden sun back into sight and urges the dawn to break free from the powers of night. The solar hero may disappear into an enchanted land of women, pleasure, forgetfulness, or water, but the culture hero finds him and restores him to the world of men. The figure who commands the hero presents a very different character. In the legend of Heracles, that figure is Eurystheus, king of Mycenae. He belongs to the same royal family as Heracles, yet through Hera's manipulation and Zeus's poor judgment, authority is given to the weaker man. The arrangement deliberately overturns the natural order. A coward commands the bravest hero in Greece. A physically unimpressive ruler sends the strongest man alive into one deadly trial after another. The surviving cycle of the 12 labors has clearly been reorganized and systematized over time, but Eurystheus remains the central taskmaster. Understanding his symbolic character is therefore essential. Greek tradition portrays him as both cruel and deeply afraid. Every time Heracles returns carrying some impossible creature or proof of victory, Eurystheus hides from him. He even has a great bronze vessel prepared so that he can climb inside whenever the hero approaches Mycenae. Ancient artists frequently showed the ridiculous king crouching in this container while Heracles stood above him with the spoils of another triumph. The image is comic, but its mythological meaning is serious. Eurystheus behaves like a being of darkness, terrified by the arrival of the radiant hero. His hostility continues even after Heracles dies. Eurystheus persecutes the hero's children, attempting to destroy the family that remains behind. Theseus, Iolaus, and other allies rise to protect them, and Eurystheus is eventually defeated. In one version, Hyllus, the son of Heracles, kills the cowardly king and carries his severed head to his mother Deianira. The children of the solar hero therefore survive the attack of darkness and bring about the destruction of their father's old oppressor. Another Greek legend confirms the same pattern through Polydectes, the ruler who sends Perseus to recover the head of Medusa. The birth story of Perseus closely resembles traditions surrounding the birth of the Irish god Lugh. Acrisius, king of Argos, learns from an oracle that his daughter's son will one day kill him. In an attempt to prevent the prophecy, he imprisons his only daughter Danae inside a bronze chamber where no man can reach her. The plan fails because Zeus enters the chamber in supernatural form and Danae gives birth to Perseus. Unable to kill the child directly, Acrisius places mother and son inside a wooden chest and casts them into the sea. Instead of drowning, they are carried safely to the rocky island of Seriphos. There they are discovered by the local people and eventually come under the power of King Polydectes. As Perseus grows older, Polydectes becomes interested in Danae. Her son stands in the way, so the king creates a scheme to remove him. He sends the inexperienced hero on an almost impossible mission. Perseus must bring back the severed head of Medusa, whose gaze turns living beings into stone. Perseus succeeds with the aid of Athena, Hermes, and several magical objects. When he finally returns to Seriphos, he discovers that Polydectes has continued to threaten his mother. The hero enters the king's hall and reveals Medusa's head. Polydectes and his followers are instantly transformed into stone. The dark ruler who attempted to destroy the solar champion becomes motionless, cold, and lifeless, almost like a god of the dead reduced to the condition of a corpse. The name Polydectes means something like the receiver of many, suggesting a ruler who welcomes countless guests. At first, this sounds like a description of generosity and hospitality. Yet the same title appears in connection with Pluto, the lord of the underworld. Death receives everyone in the end, and so the ruler of the dead may be called the All-Receiver. Polydectes can therefore be understood not simply as a human tyrant, but as a shadowy form of the underworld king. The barren island of Seriphos may seem an unlikely setting for a magnificent lord of the dead, but mythical geography is rarely consistent. In very early tradition, a remote rocky island could easily serve as the home of departed spirits. Celtic mythology often places the otherworld on inaccessible islands that somehow possess endless food, music, wealth, and celebration despite their isolation. The island of Gwales, for example, hosts an extraordinary feast that continues for 80 years. No story explains where the supplies come from because the supernatural world does not obey ordinary economic or geographical rules. Seriphos may therefore preserve an ancient image of the land of death before Greek ideas of Hades became more elaborate and majestic. Its barren rocks do not weaken the interpretation. They may actually reveal how old the tradition is. The same dark character may belong to several other rulers who command solar heroes. The Lycian king who sends Bellerophon into a series of deadly adventures may be another version of the underworld taskmaster. Laomedon, whom Apollo is forced to serve at Troy, may belong to the same group. Admetus, in whose household Apollo also serves, may preserve a softer and more complicated variation. Whenever Greek legend clearly identifies the ruler who assigns impossible tasks to the solar hero, that ruler often reveals features associated with darkness, death, fear, or the otherworld. Irish mythology offers an excellent counterpart in Forgall the Trickster. Forgall opposes Cú Chulain's marriage to his daughter Emer and uses deception rather than direct force. He persuades the young hero to undertake a dangerous journey for military training, expecting that the obstacles along the way will kill him. Like Eurystheus and Polydectes, Forgall sends a superior hero toward death while remaining safely behind. His weapon is authority, cunning, and manipulation rather than courage. A similar taskmaster appears in the Welsh adventures of Peredur, where deceptive figures repeatedly direct the hero toward dangers they do not expect him to survive. Germanic tradition preserves the same relationship between Gunther and Siegfried. Gunther is weaker than the champion whose strength he exploits, yet he persuades Siegfried to perform the deeds necessary to secure Brynhild. Once again, the lesser ruler gains power over the greater hero through social position, deception, and hidden obligation. Across these traditions, the solar champion rarely chooses all his adventures freely. A frightened king, a deceptive father, an underworld ruler, or a dark magician places the burden upon him. The taskmaster represents the power that attempts to control, delay, or destroy the hero. Standing against that figure is the divine helper. Athena, Fidelme, Lunette, the unnamed princess, or another woman of wisdom and protection. Between them lies the solar hero, commanded by darkness, but guided by intelligence, courage, and the hidden powers that wish to see him return victorious. The dark power that controls or obstructs the solar hero does not always gain authority in the same way. In some myths, the hero is bound by an oath, condemned by an oracle, trapped by family duty, or placed under the command of a weaker ruler. In others, the reason is barely explained at all. What remains constant is the presence of a hostile force that tries to restrain, humiliate, or destroy the champion of light. In the story of Heracles, Eurystheus is the visible master who assigns the labors, but Hera is the greater force operating behind him. Her hostility begins before Heracles is even born and continues throughout his mortal life. She delays his birth, places him under Eurystheus, sends monsters against him, and turns many of his victories into new suffering. Apollo experiences similar opposition at the moment of his birth, when Hera attempts to prevent his mother from finding a place where she can safely deliver him. In both cases, the goddess fights the solar hero before he has even entered the world. Heracles does not remain passive under this persecution. He openly resents Hera's attacks and, in one famous tradition, even wounds her with an arrow. Greek epic briefly recalls the moment when the mighty son of Amphitryon strikes the goddess in the breast and leaves her suffering from a wound that cannot easily be healed. Irish mythology goes even further. During Cuchulain's duel with Loch Moor, the Morrigan repeatedly enters the fight in animal form and attacks the hero directly. Cuchulainn responds with equal violence, injuring her 3 times during the struggle. First, she appears as an eel and wraps herself around his legs, trying to pull him down in the river. Cuchulainn seizes and crushes her. She then returns as a she-wolf and drives cattle against him, but he strikes her again. Finally, she takes the form of a red heifer without horns, and once more the hero wounds her. The comparison with Heracles is striking. Hera attacks through divine power and occasionally through creatures sent in her service, while the Morrigan enters the contest herself. In both traditions, the hostile goddess is not untouchable. The solar hero can resist her and even leave marks upon her body. The reason for Hera's hatred is clear within Greek mythology. She is the wife of Zeus and views Heracles as the living proof of her husband's infidelity. The Irish tradition could not preserve the same explanation because the Morrigan was no longer remembered as the lawful wife of Cuchulain's divine father. A new cause, therefore, had to be created. According to the surviving story, the Morrigan offers herself to Cuchulainn and is rejected. Her wounded pride turns desire into vengeance. She promises to hinder him in battle and later fulfills that threat during his confrontation with Loch Moor. The Welsh legend of Peredur appears to preserve a softened and confused version of the same hostility. The powerful empress initially stands against the hero, but the conflict gradually becomes mixed with romance. Instead of remaining his enemy, she eventually becomes connected with him as a partner or wife. An older struggle between the solar hero and the Great Queen seems to have been reshaped by later storytellers into a more acceptable courtly relationship. Even when Hera is examined through the oldest Greek sources, her original nature is difficult to define. She is remembered above all as queen of the gods and wife of Zeus, but she also displays an unmistakable attraction to power, conflict, and violent rivalry. She does not merely observe wars, she participates in them, supports armies, manipulates champions, and delights in the downfall of her enemies. This aspect of Hera brings her close to several female figures in Celtic tradition. The Empress in the story of Peredur refuses to accept any husband who is not the greatest and most powerful knight alive. Her marriage is not based on tenderness alone, it is a reward for military supremacy. A similar figure appears in the tradition of Ellen, sometimes called the leader of hosts. Her legend raises her to the position of an empress and associates her with imperial power, armies, roads, and conquest. She is not simply a passive royal wife, but a woman whose identity is tied to the movement and command of warriors. Gwaia, the mother of Gwalchmai, and perhaps Galahad in some genealogical traditions, belongs to the same family of figures. Her name carries suggestions of blood, violence, and the excitement of battle. She resembles the Irish Morrigan, who moves through armies, predicts slaughter, and takes pleasure in the destruction of warriors. At the beginning of the Tyne, the Morrigan appears in the form of a bird. This shape suits her role as a goddess of battle and death. Ravens and crows gather over battlefields, and in Celtic tradition, they frequently announce the coming of violence. Later, during Cuchulain's duel with Loch Moor, she abandons the bird form and appears successively as an eel, a she-wolf, and a red hornless heifer. Each transformation belongs to a different sphere. The eel controls the river, the wolf represents predatory violence, and the cow connects the goddess with cattle, sovereignty, fertility, and the fate of armies. The red hornless cow may have held a far deeper significance than the surviving Tyne explains. Another Irish legend concerning the Daoife describes a war whose outcome depends entirely upon such an animal. In that story, a blind druid named Deal supports the enemies of the Daoife. Through spells and incantations, he prepares a magical bundle or wisp. The plan requires that this object be burned within sight of the Daoife camp at the same moment that a red cow without horns is driven toward their warriors. The enemy must wound and kill the animal. Once that happens, destruction will fall upon the people who struck it, and victory will pass to the opposing side. The cow is therefore not an ordinary sacrifice. Its death acts as a magical weapon capable of deciding the fate of an entire war. The Daoife discover the plan before it can be used against them. They steal the enchanted wisp and turn the ritual back upon their enemies. The same magical action is now performed for their benefit, and the opposing army quickly realizes that the war can no longer be won. The story becomes even stranger when the Daoife cannot immediately find the required animal. Their own druid offers to solve the problem by transforming himself into a red, hornless cow. In return, he asks that permanent privileges be granted to his descendants. He enters the enemy camp in animal form, intending to complete the ritual. Before the necessary warning can be circulated, however, one of the warriors attacks and kills the cow without understanding what it truly is. The druid's death completes the sacrifice, and the magical balance of the battle is altered. The importance of the animal suggests that the red, hornless cow may have been one of the Morrigan's sacred forms. It may even have represented the goddess herself. To kill the animal would then be equivalent to striking the Great Queen, bringing disaster upon the attacker and victory to the enemy. Why the cow had to be red remains uncertain. The color may have suggested blood, fire, battle, or supernatural power. Red animals often stand apart from ordinary herds in myth, marking them as creatures belonging to another world. The absence of horns is equally mysterious. It may have signified vulnerability, ritual purity, incompleteness, or a special connection with feminine power. Whatever its meaning, the detail was essential enough that the ritual could not proceed without it. Greek mythology offers several suggestive comparisons. Hera is often described with an epithet meaning cow-eyed, a phrase usually understood as praise for the beauty and largeness of her eyes. Yet, it may also preserve a much older connection between the goddess and cattle. In another myth, when the gods flee from the monstrous Typhon by taking animal forms, Hera becomes a cow. The resemblance to the Morrigan's heifer shape is therefore more than superficial. Both goddesses can appear as female cattle during moments of supernatural danger or conflict. Hera also receives the less flattering title dog-eyed, an expression connected with shamelessness, anger, or hostility. This brings her closer to the Morrigan's transformation into a she-wolf. The animals are not identical, but both belong to the same predatory canine world. These details do not prove that Hera and the Morrigan developed from one perfectly identical goddess, yet their shared features are difficult to ignore. Both are great queens. Both are connected with war, bloodshed, jealousy, and the testing of heroes. Both can appear through animal imagery, especially cattle and dangerous canine forms. Both repeatedly oppose the Solar Champion while remaining part of the older divine order around him. Irish saga gives the Morrigan no active husband. She moves independently through the stories as a fairy, demon, prophetess, or goddess of battle. Older tradition, however, identifies her as the wife of Nate, an ancient Irish god of war. This lost marriage is significant. Warfare appears to have been one of the major functions of the Celtic sky god, just as Zeus could appear as a god who grants victory and commands the divine army. His wife would naturally share in that violent authority. As the older supreme god faded, his functions were divided among newer figures. The culture hero inherited part of his wisdom and kingship. The solar hero took over some of his heroic and martial qualities. Yet the Great Queen survived as a powerful independent being after the male god beside her had been weakened or forgotten. This may explain why the Morrigan feels strangely out of place in the Chu-Chulin cycle. She belongs to a more ancient layer of mythology than many of the human kings and warriors around her. She enters their stories like a surviving fragment from an older religious world. The same is true of the Empress in the legend of Peredur. She does not fit comfortably within the ordinary structure of Arthurian society. Her authority is too great, her origin too mysterious, and her connection with the hero too unstable. At different moments, she resembles an enemy, a supernatural queen, a war goddess, and a lady of romance. Such contradictions are not simply mistakes. They reveal how myths were built layer upon layer. An ancient goddess could be transformed into a fairy, a demon, a queen, or a romantic heroine without completely losing her earlier character. The Morrigan and the Empress therefore stand like ruins of an older mythology inside later heroic stories. Their original roles can no longer be reconstructed with certainty, but their presence shows that the legends of Chu-Chulin and Peredur were formed from traditions of very different ages. Behind the courtly adventures, heroic duels, and cattle raids lies an older religious conflict. The solar champion struggling against a great queen of war and darkness, a goddess too ancient and powerful to disappear completely even after the world that first worshipped her had been forgotten. The traditions surrounding Urien and the legendary kingdoms of northern Britain blur the line between mythology and history. In medieval Welsh tradition, northern lands were often imagined as the realm of the dead rather than ordinary kingdoms. Figures such as Lludd were linked not only with Lothian but also with Orkney and even Norway, while Arawn ruled Annwdwyn, the Welsh otherworld. Together, these traditions reveal a recurring belief that the mysterious lands beyond Britain were closely connected to the supernatural world. Urien's own kingdom, Rheged, seems to have belonged to this same mythic landscape. Some medieval writers later equated Rheged with Moray in northern Scotland, unintentionally merging legend with geography, yet the original tradition may have pointed to something far older. Beneath the historical place name could lie the memory of Murias, the enchanted homeland of the Tuatha De Danann, from which the magical cauldron of the Dagda was said to have been brought to Ireland. Rather than describing a real political kingdom, these stories may preserve echoes of an ancient sacred realm associated with divine power and abundance. Urien is also remembered as the Lord of Catriaeth, a place whose name literally suggests a battle shore or battle strand. Many historians have attempted to identify it with Catterick in Yorkshire, but the linguistic evidence does not fit comfortably. The famous Welsh poem Wai Gododin, which tells of the disastrous Battle of Catraeth, consistently points toward the region surrounding the Firth of Forth rather than Yorkshire. References to nearby places such as Eudeu, likely the fortress mentioned by both Nennius and Bede, reinforce this northern setting. It is entirely possible that Cattraeth began as a legendary location before later becoming attached to an actual battlefield. Another mysterious place associated with these traditions is Mordey, whose name may simply mean sea dwellings. Medieval poets describe it as a foaming coastal realm overflowing with drink and celebration, imagery that recalls the magical fortress of Caia Sidi and other Celtic visions of the otherworld. Rather than an ordinary settlement, Mordey appears to belong to the same supernatural geography as Murias, where divine feasts and immortal hospitality awaited chosen visitors. Even Urien himself may hide two different identities that gradually merged into one. The historical ruler remembered by chroniclers could have shared his name with a far older mythical being. One possible origin derives from a Latin name meaning city-born, while another traces the name back to an ancient Celtic form connected with supernatural strength. In this interpretation, Urien was not originally a human king at all, but a powerful divine figure whose characteristics resembled those of the horned Celtic god Cernunnos, except that his sacred animal may have been the mighty aurochs instead of the stag. Over centuries, as myths faded into memory, the legendary deity and the historical warrior gradually became inseparable. This blending of myth and history may explain why medieval Welsh tradition honored Urien as one of the great bulls of battle. His son Owain inherited much of this legendary reputation and was often described as ruler of Rheged as well. Later storytellers naturally portrayed father and son fighting together, yet the mythology hints that Owain's greatest struggle originally belonged to him alone. His chief enemy was the fearsome Flamdwin, the Flame Bearer, whose very name suggests a supernatural force rather than a historical opponent. In many versions of the legend, Owain confronts and ultimately destroys this fiery adversary in single combat. The conflict against Flamdwin appears closely connected to another tradition in which Arthur restores Urien's kingdom after defeating the powers threatening the northern lands. Different manuscripts preserve different place names, yet they seem to describe the same mythical struggle. Godiu and Rheged, in one version, correspond closely to Moray and Rheged in another, suggesting that later storytellers simply adapted ancient myths to landscapes that had become familiar to their audiences. This connection becomes especially important in the remarkable tale known as the Battle of Godiu, one of the most imaginative episodes preserved in the Book of Taliesin. Here the conflict is openly supernatural. Taliesin proudly claims to have fought beside Arthur and later beside Amaethon, son of Don, during a great war in the northern forests. When the defenders seemed certain to lose, Gwydion turned to magic. Trees, shrubs, and even humble bushes sprang to life as living warriors. Oaks, alders, birches, and countless other plants marched into battle, each described with vivid personality as they fought against the armies of darkness. Elsewhere, this same battle is called the Battle of Acron, another location closely linked with Arthur's expedition into the Otherworld. Medieval Welsh tradition explains that Amaethon and Gwydion fought against Arawn, ruler of Andublin, after Amaethon stole several magical animals belonging to the Kingdom of the Dead. The war therefore represents far more than a simple military campaign. It is a mythic contest between the champions of civilization and the supernatural rulers who guarded the treasures hidden beyond the world of the living. These stories preserve an ancient belief that northern Britain itself formed part of the landscape of the Otherworld. Welsh adaptations of Geoffrey of Monmouth even place Arawn's dominion in Scotland, reinforcing the connection between distant northern territories and the realm beyond death. The legendary land of Godiu may also solve one of the oldest puzzles in early Scottish tradition. Ancient genealogies divide the Pictish world into 7 ancestral territories, one of which bears the name Fidac. Linguistically, Fidac corresponds remarkably well with the Welsh Godiw, suggesting that both names ultimately descended from the same ancient source. If this identification is correct, Godot may once have referred to a broad region later occupied by Moray, Mar, or Buchan. Some scholars have even suggested that the modern name Glenfiddich preserves a faint echo of this forgotten landscape. Over time, another transformation occurred. Because the names Godu and Fidac resembled the Celtic words for wood or forest, storytellers began to imagine the land itself as a living forest. From this linguistic coincidence emerged the unforgettable image of enchanted trees marching into battle beside Gwydion, turning an ancient place name into one of the most memorable scenes in Celtic mythology. At their deepest level, these northern wars symbolize something far greater than military conquest. Arthur's raid upon the Otherworld, Amaethon's theft of magical creatures, and the Battle of Godu all express the same fundamental idea. Civilization advances only by wresting precious gifts from the dark powers that guard them. The magical cauldron, sacred animals, hidden knowledge, and supernatural abundance are prizes won through struggle between light and darkness. As generations passed, however, the symbolic meaning gradually disappeared, leaving later audiences to interpret these stories as the exploits of legendary kings rather than ancient myths about the origins of culture itself. One final legend preserves a haunting memory of this forgotten worldview. In the French Grail tradition, King Amangons, whose name may preserve the Welsh Amaethon in altered form, commits a sacrilegious act by robbing one of the mysterious maidens who dwell beside sacred springs. Until then, these women had welcomed weary travelers with food, drink, and kindness. After the king's crime, the maidens vanished forever. The springs dried up, fertile fields withered into wasteland, and prosperity disappeared from the land. Even the magnificent court of the rich fisher could no longer be found. Beneath the surface of this Grail story lies the fading echo of an older Celtic belief. When humanity breaks its sacred bond with the supernatural powers that nourish the world, the land itself loses its life and becomes barren. Urien's family was almost as remarkable as the king himself. His most famous child was Owain, but Welsh tradition also names a daughter called Morfydd, who was said to be Owain's twin sister. Among Urien's other sons were Rhywallan and Elphin. The second of these names appears to carry a distinctly northern character, and may even be connected with the name Alpin, which later became well known in Scottish royal tradition. Owain and Morfydd were born to Modron, a mysterious female figure whose identity opens another path into the older layers of Celtic mythology. Modron was also remembered as the mother of Marbon, the divine youth who had been taken from her shortly after his birth. It is possible that these traditions did not originally describe two different women, but the same ancient mother goddess appearing in separate stories, yet her two sons belong to very different worlds. Owain was gradually transformed into the image of a noble Christian knight, riding through forests, rescuing women, confronting giants, and serving within the Arthurian world. Marbon, by contrast, remained much closer to his pagan origins. He belonged to an older divine order and resembled the youthful solar gods of antiquity, particularly Apollo, whose beauty, music, light, and mysterious disappearance placed him between the human and supernatural worlds. Welsh poetry presents Urien as the greatest ruler of the northern kingdoms. In one account, he towers above the other 13 kings of the north, while the Book of Taliesin praises him as the Golden King of the North. He is also described as the head of Prydain, a title suggesting authority over the northern territories of Britain, including the lands later associated with the Picts, stretching from Loch Lomond toward the distant reaches of Caithness. Urien was also connected with the region of Lwyfanid, known in Gaelic as Levenach, and later shortened in English to Lennox. This territory roughly corresponded to the country surrounding Loch Lomond and modern Dumbartonshire. Such geographical details may have been introduced when later generations attempted to place the mysterious kingdom of Rheged upon an actual map. The poets inherited a mythical realm, but their audiences increasingly expected real mountains, rivers, valleys, and fortresses. As a result, Rheged wandered through tradition. Sometimes it appeared in the far north, while in other stories it was placed in South Wales. One of Urien's strangest titles cannot easily be attached to any ordinary landscape. He was called Urien of the Evening, Lord of the Evening, and even the Blessed Prince of the Evening. These names suggest far more than the rule of a human kingdom. They associate him with twilight itself, the uncertain hour between daylight and darkness when the visible world begins to lose its familiar shape and the supernatural realm draws near. A poem in the Book of Taliesin speaks of Urien as a supreme ruler dwelling in a distant city. It also describes him as an ancient companion or the first traveler to reach that remote place. The meaning is obscure, but the image resembles ancient Indo-European traditions concerning the first man to die and discover the road into the next world. In early Indian religion, Yama was remembered as the first mortal to cross the boundary of death. He traveled along a long and difficult road, passed beyond dangerous waters, and established his kingdom in a distant paradise. Because he had discovered the path first, the dead could later follow him. There, he welcomed the ancestors of humanity into a land of endless pleasure and abundance. Welsh mythology contains a closely related image in the story of Bran the Blessed. Bran crosses the waters separating Britain from the otherworld, carrying his companions toward a distant and dangerous realm. In the tale, that land is called Ireland, but it frequently behaves less like the historical island and more like a kingdom beyond the ordinary world. To understand the deeper connection between Bran and Urien, it is necessary to revisit the strange and violent story of Bran's final expedition. Bran crossed the sea with an army to confront Matholwch, king of Ireland. The expedition had been caused by the suffering of Branwen, Bran's sister, who had married Matholwch but was later humiliated and mistreated. When Bran's enormous figure appeared across the water, the Irish were terrified. He was so vast that no ordinary house could contain him, and at first they mistook him for a moving mountain advancing through the sea. Unable to defeat him openly, the Irish proposed peace. They offered to recognize Bran's authority and promised to build a hall large enough to receive him. Branwen supported the agreement, desperately hoping to prevent further destruction between her husband's people and her brother's army. The Irish constructed a magnificent building supported by 100 pillars. On each side of every pillar, they hung a leather bag, creating 200 bags in total. Hidden inside each one was an armed warrior waiting to attack the Britons after they entered the hall. Before the armies arrived, Bran's half-brother Efnisien inspected the building. Efnisien was fierce, suspicious, and dangerously unpredictable. When he noticed the hanging bags, he asked an Irishman what they contained. "Flour," the man replied. Efnisien placed his hand against the first bag and felt the shape of a human head. Without hesitation, he crushed the skull between his fingers. He moved to the next bag, asked the same question, received the same answer, and killed the warrior hidden inside. One after another, he destroyed every concealed soldier. The final man wore a helmet, forcing Efnisien to use even greater strength before crushing his head as well. The two armies then entered the hall, unaware that the planned ambush had already failed. For a moment, peace appeared possible. The Irish kingdom was given to Gwern, the young son of Branwen and Matholwch. The child moved among his relatives as both sides welcomed him with affection. He approached Bran, then Manawydan, his uncle, and finally Efnisien. Efnisien watched the boy come toward him and suddenly decided to commit an act no one could have predicted. Before anyone could stop him, he seized Gwern by the legs and threw him headfirst into the fire. Branwen tried to leap into the flames after her son, but Bran caught her with one hand while raising his shield with the other. In an instant, the fragile piece collapsed. Men reached for their weapons, shouting and fighting throughout the hall. The building became a place of chaos, fire, grief, and slaughter. The Irish possessed a terrifying advantage, a magical cauldron of rebirth. Whenever one of their warriors fell, his body was thrown into the vessel. By the following day, he emerged alive and physically restored. Yet the men returned without the power of speech, transformed into silent soldiers who could continue fighting but could no longer speak of what they had experienced. As the battle continued, Efnisien realized that his reckless cruelty had brought disaster upon his own people. The dead warriors of Britain had no magical cauldron to restore them, while the Irish returned to battle again and again. Overcome with guilt, Efnisien chose to destroy the enchantment. He hid among the Irish corpses and allowed himself to be thrown into the cauldron. Once inside, he stretched his body with such force that the vessel shattered into 4 pieces. At the same moment, his own heart burst. His final act ended the power of resurrection, but it came too late to save either kingdom from ruin. Only 7 of Bran's followers survived the fighting. Bran himself had been struck in the foot by a poisoned spear and knew that he could not recover. He ordered his companions to cut off his head and carry it back to Britain. The head was to be buried on the White Hill in London, facing toward France, where it would guard the island against invasion. The survivors reluctantly obeyed. Branwen traveled with them, but when she reached Britain and looked back toward Ireland, the full weight of the catastrophe overwhelmed her. She mourned that 2 islands had been destroyed because of the conflict surrounding her, and she died from grief. Ireland itself had been left almost empty. According to the story, only 5 pregnant women survived in a cave. Their descendants later repopulated the island and divided it among themselves. They wandered through the abandoned battlefields, gathering the gold and silver left behind by the dead, and became wealthy from the remains of the destruction. Bran's head did not immediately reach London. For many years, it accompanied the 7 survivors through a mysterious existence outside ordinary time. They lived in a distant place, feasting without sorrow, while the severed head spoke and entertained them as though Bran still lived. This enchanted banquet continued until the survivors finally resumed their journey and buried the head as commanded. The death of Urien appears to preserve a strikingly similar pattern. According to Welsh tradition, the man responsible for the fatal event was called Lofan Lor Difro, an obscure figure whose name appears nowhere else with certainty. His title is difficult to interpret, though it may describe a man skilled in throwing weapons, shooting arrows, or striking from a distance. The name Leofan may also be connected with Leo, the radiant hero of the Mabinogi. If so, Urien's death could represent another version of the myth in which Leo kills Goronwy after being betrayed and wounded. This possibility becomes even more intriguing because Urien is said to have died at Aber Leo, the mouth of a river associated with the same divine name. A long poem in the Red Book of Hergest mourns Urien's death. The speaker is usually identified as Laiwarch Hen, an old warrior who belonged to Urien's extended family, and regarded the king not only as a relative but also as his lord and protector. Throughout the lament, he describes Urien as the pillar of Britain, the son of Tinfark, and the father of Owain. Again and again the speaker cries out in grief, "Woe to my hand that killed my lord!" Later interpreters tried to soften the meaning, translating the line as though the poet merely regretted that Urien had died. Yet the original words are far more disturbing. The speaker appears to admit that his own hand removed Urien's head. He even describes himself carrying that head with him. This does not necessarily mean that Laiwarch murdered Urien. The episode becomes far clearer when compared with the death of Bran. Urien may have been mortally wounded in battle and ordered one of his companions to behead him. The chosen warrior obeyed, but the act left him tormented by guilt. He had fulfilled his lord's final command, yet he could never forget that it was his own hand that delivered the final stroke. Under this interpretation, Laiwarch becomes the counterpart of Manawydan, the leading survivor who carried Bran's severed head. Urien's death was therefore not simply an assassination, but part of an ancient ritual pattern in which the body of a wounded divine king perished while the head continued to preserve his power. One poem describes a black raven resting upon Urien's breast. In Welsh, the word for raven is Bran. It is possible that Bran's name began not as a personal name, but as the title or emblem of a dark god associated with the raven. Over time, the symbol may have become the identity of the deity himself. If that happened, Urien and Bran may originally have been 2 names for the same supernatural ruler. The connection becomes stronger when Urien is compared with another mysterious figure known as Utherpen or Utherpendragon. The older form of this name may be understood as the Wonderful Head or the Terrible Chief. In ancient Celtic art, powerful divine heads often appear without complete bodies, staring outward with enormous eyes. The severed head was not merely a sign of death. It was believed to contain identity, wisdom, authority, prophecy, and supernatural protection. Uther describes himself in poetry as dark or black in appearance. He is also associated with a deep blue, bruised, or shadowy complexion. The same language is applied to Urien, whose body and spear are described with similar dark coloring. These images suggest that both figures belong to the same family of twilight gods, rulers whose power emerged when daylight weakened. A lament for Urien declares that disaster has fallen upon the land of evening because of the violence of a savage night. It ends with a desperate question: will there ever be another Urien? The devastation caused by this single attack closely resembles the dolorous stroke of Arthurian legend. In that story, the knight Balin wounds King Pellam with a sacred weapon. At the instant of the blow, Pellam's castle collapses, the surrounding country is ruined, and entire regions fall into desolation. As Balin rides through the damaged land, survivors accuse him of destroying their homes and bringing death upon thousands. The stroke that ended Urien's power was remembered in Welsh tradition as one of the 3 terrible slaughters of Britain. Like Balin's blow against Pellam, it did not merely injure a king. It shattered the supernatural order supporting an entire kingdom. Another Grail story preserves a different version of the same episode. Percival arrives at a ford guarded by a knight named Urban of the Black Thorn. After defeating him, Percival witnesses the collapse of the enchanted world surrounding the Guardian. Urban's castle disappears with a tremendous noise. His lady and her maidens rush to defend him in the forms of birds. Percival strikes one of them, and as she falls, she changes back into a woman before the others carry her away toward Avalon. Urban of the Black Thorn appears to be another transformation of Urien. His dark title connects him with thorny guardians, wounded kings, and ruined supernatural kingdoms. The bird maidens resemble the enchanted birds of Rhiannon, while the vanishing castle belongs to the familiar landscape of Celtic magic, where magnificent palaces may disappear the moment their hidden power is broken. These stories reveal why it is so difficult to separate figures such as Urien, Bran, Uther, Pwyll, Pellam, and Urban. They are not necessarily independent characters with completely different origins. They may represent overlapping forms of the same ancient divine type: the Dark Ruler, the Wounded King, the Guardian of Abundance, the Lord of a Twilight Kingdom, and the Severed Head whose presence protects the land. Their opponents also change names without changing their essential role. Balin, Lofan, Peredur, Percival, and other wandering knights repeatedly appear as bright, aggressive heroes whose arrival destroys the enchanted stability of an older world. They challenge the Guardian, deliver the fatal blow, and expose the apparent paradise as a place built upon illusion. At the beginning of the myth, Urien's kingdom appears magnificent. Its ruler is powerful, its halls are immense, its feasts are rich, and its landscape seems untouched by suffering. Yet this beauty survives only within the half-light of enchantment. When the solar hero strikes, the Dark King is wounded or reduced to a severed head. His towers collapse, his court disappears, and the fertile land becomes empty. The kingdom is called Equid, the evening. It belongs to dusk, the hour when shapes become uncertain and imagination transforms the ordinary world into something wondrous. Twilight allows the palace to appear, the feast to continue, and the dead king to speak. But when the light of the hero breaks through the illusion, the splendor vanishes. What remains is not paradise, but silence, ruins, and a wounded land. The tragedy of Urien is therefore larger than the death of a heroic ruler. It describes the destruction of an entire supernatural age. The old gods lose their kingdoms, their magical fortresses fall, and their sacred abundance disappears. Their identities survive only as fragments scattered among Welsh poetry, Arthurian romance, Grail legend, and the fading memory of the Celtic otherworld. Among all the rulers and warriors celebrated in the Book of Taliesin, Urien stands apart. No fewer than 8 poems in the collection are devoted to him. This means that nearly 1/7 of the entire manuscript is occupied by songs praising a single figure. No other hero receives attention on the same scale, and such an imbalance can hardly be accidental. Urien must have possessed a special importance for the poets who preserved his memory. The explanation may lie not simply in his fame as a warrior, but in his connection with the bardic world itself. A clue appears in the story of Bran the Blessed. In the Mabinogi of Branwen, Bran carries the musicians of his court across the sea on his own back during the expedition to Ireland. This strange image presents him as more than a king commanding entertainers. He seems to bear the entire artistic community with him, almost as though music and poetry existed under his protection. The same idea emerges even more clearly in the mysterious poem spoken by Uther-ben, another figure closely related to Bran and Urien in the older mythology. Uther describes himself as a bard, a harpist, a piper, and a player of stringed instruments. He even claims to contain within himself the abilities of 140 performers. The language of the poem is difficult and open to interpretation, but its central meaning is unmistakable. Uther is intimately connected with poets, musicians, and professional artists. This suggests that the bards regarded the dark divine ruler, appearing under names such as Urien, Bran, and Uther-ben, as their supernatural patron. He was not merely a heroic king praised for political reasons. He may once have been the god who granted inspiration, protected performers, rewarded poets, and presided over the mysteries from which music and verse were believed to arise. The nature of this god was deeply contradictory. He ruled both beginnings and endings, fertility and destruction, life and death. In one form, he was the source of wealth, food, generosity, and abundance. In another, he governed the dead and increased the population of his kingdom whenever warriors fell in battle. Because the battlefield sent so many men into his realm, he naturally became associated with bloodshed. The ruler of the dead could also become the Lord of Carnage. One of his darker forms appears in Welsh tradition as Gwyn ap Nudd, king of the fair folk and commander of the supernatural beings of the otherworld. Gwyn is not simply a gentle fairy ruler. He is linked with violence, death, wild pursuit, and the gathering of fallen souls. In the same spirit, Uther-ben speaks of slaughter almost as though it were a source of pleasure, while Urien is repeatedly praised for two qualities above all others: his ferocity in war and his generosity toward poets. For the bardic imagination, these two characteristics belong together. The ideal ruler destroyed his enemies and enriched those who preserved his fame. A similar relationship appears in Irish heroic tradition. Before Cú Chulainn could become the greatest warrior of Ulster, he was sent to a terrifying teacher named Domhnall, who instructed him in the arts of combat. Domhnall occupies much the same role as Peredur's uncle in Welsh romance, who trains the young hero in swordsmanship and prepares him for the violent world of knighthood. Yet Domhnall may have been more than a human instructor. Another tradition remembers a fearsome supernatural figure called Domhnall in his chariot, a being closely connected with bardic learning and the old religious order. His Welsh counterpart was Dyfnwal Moel Mud, whose strange title means something like bald and silent. Such descriptions resemble the mysterious epithets repeatedly attached to the dark gods of Celtic tradition. Later, chroniclers transformed Dyfnwal into a mighty British king. He was said to have defeated the rival rulers of the island, united their kingdoms beneath his authority, and then established a celebrated system of laws. Welsh tradition also connected him with the organization of the Bardic Order. He therefore combined the roles of conqueror, lawgiver, and patron of poetry, the same mixture of violence, authority, and artistic protection associated with Urien. This may explain the extraordinary number of poems addressed to Urien in the Book of Taliesin. During the pagan period, hymns may once have been sung to him as the divine guardian of the bards. Even after Christianity became dominant, the old habit of praising him could have survived in altered form. Sacred songs to a god may gradually have become court poems celebrating a heroic king. The words changed, but the tradition continued. The Book of Taliesin preserves more traces of this older bardic religion than any other surviving Welsh manuscript. Unfortunately, its poetry is often extremely obscure. Its language is dense, symbolic, and filled with images whose original meaning had probably become uncertain even to later copyists. Yet, beneath that obscurity, fragments of pagan belief remain visible. One of the clearest examples is the treatment of Bran's severed head. In the tale of Branwen, it is called the Venerable Head or the Dignified Head. Even more revealing is Bran's usual name, Bendigeid Fran, meaning Bran the Blessed. The word blessed cannot have meant that Bran was regarded as a Christian saint. Few characters could be less similar to a saint of the church. He was a gigantic supernatural king whose severed head continued speaking, feasting, and protecting Britain after death. His title must therefore preserve the memory of a time when he was sacred in a religious sense. Bran was blessed because he had once been worshipped. The title may have survived because the bardic class continued to honor him long after his cult had faded. To them, he was not merely a character from an old story. He was the ancient source of their privilege, inspiration, and authority. Urien, Bran, and Utherben were not the only pagan figures preserved in the Book of Taliesin. Another was Goronwy the Radiant, the rival of Lo Lor Giffis. Goronwy was described as Lord of Penlyn, the district surrounding Bala Lake. The same region was also connected with Tegid the Bald, another mysterious figure whose title places him among the shadowy rulers associated with darkness, silence, and the supernatural world. Tradition claimed that Tegid once lived where Bala Lake now lies. His palace was believed to have disappeared beneath the water, and the lake still bears his name in Welsh as Lyn Tegid. Such stories are often explained as memories of drowned settlements, but their mythological background points in another direction. Tegid was originally imagined as dwelling within or beneath the lake, just as countless Welsh fairy rulers were believed to inhabit hidden palaces underwater. The later story that his land sank beneath the lake may have developed because people no longer understood the original belief. A supernatural residence below the water was transformed into a human palace destroyed by a flood. Tegid's wife was Ceridwen, one of the most important figures in Welsh bardic mythology. She possessed the famous Cauldron of Inspiration, sometimes called the Cauldron of Knowledge or the Cauldron of the Sciences. Within it, she prepared a magical liquid capable of granting wisdom, poetry, and prophetic understanding. Ceridwen had a son named Afagdu, whose name became almost synonymous with darkness, ugliness, and the infernal world. He appears in the poem known as the Chair of Ceridwen, and he is also mentioned in the elegy of Utherben. Once again, the same circle of ideas appears: darkness, divine knowledge, poetry, death, and supernatural inspiration. Tegid and Uther may therefore represent little more than different names for the same type of being. Both belong to the shadowy world beneath the surface of ordinary reality. Both are linked to bardic power. Both stand near the mysterious cauldron from which knowledge and inspiration flow. Another figure from this same mythological family is Gwyddno Garan Hir. His kingdom was said to lie near the mouth of the river Dyfi, in a low coastal region later overwhelmed by the sea. In the legend of Taliesin, it was near this drowned territory that the future bard was discovered as an infant. Taliesin had first appeared in a leather bag or basket floating upon the water. He was found by Elfin, the son of Gwyddno, who rescued the child and brought him home. Though Elfin was considered unlucky and unsuccessful, the discovery of Taliesin transformed his fate. The infant immediately revealed astonishing poetic powers and became his protector, companion, and source of prosperity. The landscape surrounding the Dyfi estuary still preserves traces of this tradition. On the Cardiganshire side of the river stood a place known as Taliesin's Town. Nearby was the coastal settlement of Borth, whose fuller ancient name may once have meant Gwyddno's port in Ceredigion. Yet Gwyddno was not confined to this part of Wales. Other legends placed him much farther north. Near Bangor, a small river was called the Poison of Gwyddno's Horses. The name referred to the bursting of Ceridwen's cauldron, whose contents were said to be so powerful and poisonous that they killed or corrupted Gwyddno's steeds. Those steeds were probably not ordinary horses. In poetic language, they may have represented the waves of the sea. The legend therefore imagined the contents of the shattered cauldron flowing into a river and poisoning the white, rushing horses of the ocean. Gwyddno was also said to have granted land to Taliesin in the region between Llandudno and Bangor. In later versions of Taliesin's life, Elfin and the young bard lived close enough to visit the court of Maelgwn Gwynedd one of the most powerful rulers of North Wales. Other traditions went even farther and counted Gwyddno among the ancient kings of the north. Some versions of the Welsh triads even speak of a northern place called Gwyddno's Port. The connection with northern Britain becomes especially striking when Gwyddno's son is considered. Like Urien, Gwyddno had a son named Elphin. The name may be related to Alpin, a famous name in early Scottish tradition. It is therefore possible that the two Elphins were originally one figure, just as Gwyddno and Urien may once have been alternative forms of the same divine king. The stories of these rulers repeatedly return to one central event, the terrible blow that destroys the kingdom of the dark divinity. In every version, the storyteller's sympathy belongs not to the attacker, but to the wounded king. Balin is cursed for striking King Pellam. Lofan's attack upon Urien is remembered as one of the 3 most atrocious slaughters in Britain. Bran's unnamed enemy wounds him with a poisoned spear, yet the tale barely notices the attacker. All emotional attention remains fixed on Bran's suffering and the destruction that follows. Why should the one who defeats the Dark Ruler be treated with such horror? Arthurian romance offers a simple answer in the case of Pellam. He is described as a man of sacred ancestry and exceptional honor. Wounding him is therefore presented not merely as violence against a king, but as an offense against a holy order. The poems about Urien provide a different justification. He is praised as the great defender of Britain against Saxons, Angles, Picts, and Scots. He is also celebrated as the generous protector of the bards. To attack such a ruler is to attack both the land and the poetic class that preserves its memory. Yet these explanations do not reach the deepest level of the myth. Bran's case is even more revealing. He is called Bran the Blessed, and his opponent is automatically treated as the wrongdoer. Since Bran is wounded in Ireland, the story can present him as a noble ruler attacked in a hostile land. But the true reason for the horror may be much older. The attack does not merely kill a man, it destroys the ruler of the otherworld. The strange episode involving the warriors hidden in leather bags may also have left traces in real place names. A Roman station in the border region carried a name that can be interpreted as mealbag. This has encouraged speculation that another version of the massacre may once have been located near the River Annan, in a territory lying beyond the main Brythonic heartlands. Whether or not this connection is historical, the scene of Bran's disastrous feast has a remarkable parallel in Germanic legend. In the Nibelungenlied, King Gunther and the Burgundians travel to the court of Etzel, ruler of the Huns. Their journey leads them across a great river and into a distant land where they are received with apparent hospitality. Bran and his followers likewise cross dangerous waters before reaching the kingdom of Matholwch. Both expeditions begin because of a royal sister. Gunther travels toward the court where his sister Kriemhild has married Etzel. Bran crosses the sea because Branwen has married Matholwch and suffered humiliation in Ireland. In each story, a marriage intended to unite kingdoms becomes the cause of catastrophe. Both tales also place a royal child at the center of a fragile peace. At Etzel's court, the infant Ortlieb represents the union between Kriemhild and the king of the Huns. During the feast, the child is mocked and then killed by Hagen, one of Gunther's greatest warriors. In the Welsh story, Gwern, the son of Branwen and Matholwch, is made king as part of the agreement between the two armies. For a brief moment, he appears to guarantee peace. Then Efnisien seizes him and throws him into the fire. In both legends, the murder of a child becomes the signal for general slaughter. The hall turns into a battlefield. Hospitality collapses. Relatives, guests, and hosts destroy one another until almost no one remains alive. In the German story, only Etzel and the warrior Dietrich survive the final catastrophe. Dietrich, whose name and legendary role contain traces of a radiant heroic figure, may preserve the role of the solar champion. The Welsh story offers no comparable male survivor among the Irish, but the missing figure may be supplied by comparison with heroes such as Balin, the knight whose violent blow destroys the kingdom of the wounded ruler. The treasures in the two traditions also reflect one another. The Burgundians possess the immense treasure of the Nibelungs, which eventually disappears beneath the Rhine. Bran's companions possess a different form of wealth, the endless feast provided by his living head. In both stories, the treasure remains connected with water, death, memory, and a world that cannot be recovered. The parallel raises an unsettling question. Why are Bran and Gunther placed among foreign enemies rather than among the people whom the storyteller might naturally favor? Why does the Dark Ruler travel away from his own land before the final slaughter occurs? The answer may lie in the ancient symbolism of the journey itself. The Dark King and his followers may represent the dead. Their distant destination is not simply Ireland or the land of the Huns, but the otherworld. The long road, the crossing of rivers, and the arrival at a remote royal hall are images of the passage from life into death. This returns us to the ancient figure of Yama, the first mortal to discover the road beyond the world. In Vedic tradition, Yama crosses the rushing waters and reaches the country of the ancestors. There, he becomes their ruler and welcomes the dead to an eternal banquet. Time has no meaning in that realm. Age, hunger, decay, and sorrow have been left behind. The ancestors sit together in endless celebration. Bran's story follows the same pattern. He crosses the waters, dies in a distant land, and continues to preside over a feast after his body has been destroyed. His severed head becomes the center of a paradise where grief is forgotten and time ceases to move. Yet such a paradise can survive only while it remains untouched by ordinary daylight and human curiosity. The appearance of the solar hero brings the enchantment to an end. One violent stroke allows reality to enter. The palace collapses, the feast vanishes, the dead king begins to decay, and the timeless world disappears as suddenly as a dream after waking. This is why Balin is cursed. His lance does not simply wound Pelham. It tears open the boundary, protecting an entire supernatural kingdom. With one blow, he destroys a world of illusion, beauty, memory, and sacred abundance. Bran's companions experience this lost paradise in its purest form. Before his death, Bran tells the 7 survivors to remove his head and carry it back to Britain. He promises that the head will remain as pleasant and entertaining as when it was attached to his living body. First, they are to remain at Harlech for 7 years. There they will feast in the company of Bran's head while listening to the 3 birds of Rhiannon. Afterward, they must travel to Gwales in Pembrokeshire, where they will continue their banquet for 80 years. They may remain there in perfect happiness as long as they do not open a particular door facing Cornwall. The prophecy is fulfilled exactly. For 7 years, the survivors sit at Harlech, eating and drinking while the birds of Rhiannon sing to them from far across the sea. Though the birds are distant, they appear as clear and close as if they were perched beside the hall. These are no ordinary birds. Their song possesses power over the boundary between life and death. They can awaken the dead as though they were living, and they can lull the living into a sleep resembling death. Their music holds the listeners between worlds, suspended outside ordinary time. After 7 years, the company leaves Harlech and travels to Gwales. There, they find a magnificent royal hall standing above the sea. 2 of its doors are open. The 3rd remains closed. They immediately understand that this is the forbidden door facing Cornwall, the one Bran had warned them never to open. Within the hall, the 7 companions remain for 80 years. They feast continually with the talking head of their lord. They experience no grief, no fear, and no awareness of passing time. The disasters in Ireland, the death of Branwen, the destruction of 2 armies, and the loss of Bran himself vanish entirely from their minds. They remember nothing painful. Bran's head speaks, laughs, and entertains them exactly as he had promised. To his followers, he seems no less alive than before his death. The hall becomes a perfect refuge from memory. Then curiosity breaks the spell. One of the companions, Hylin, son of Gwyn the Old, declares that he will open the forbidden door, whatever the consequences. He wants to discover whether Bran's warning was true. The moment the door opens, the enchanted world collapses. The companions look toward Cornwall and Aber Henfelen. At once, every sorrow returns. They remember the slaughter in Ireland, the deaths of their friends, the ruin of Branwen, and the loss of their king. The past no longer feels distant. It presses upon them with the force of something that happened only the previous day. The feast can no longer protect them. The head begins to lose its supernatural preservation, and the company realizes that they must leave immediately. Their timeless paradise has ended because a single door was opened toward the ordinary world. They carry Bran's head to London and bury it upon the White Hill, fulfilling his final command. The meaning of the story reaches far beyond the journey of 7 warriors. The hall at Gwales represents the other world itself, a place without aging, grief, memory, or time. Bran's head is the dead ruler who remains alive among his people, presiding over the eternal banquet of the ancestors. The forbidden door is the boundary between enchantment and reality. While it remains closed, death feels like life, loss is forgotten, and the feast continues forever. Once it is opened, light enters, memory returns, and paradise disappears. The world of Bran, Urien, and Uther Ben is therefore the world of the bards, a realm sustained by music, story, praise, and remembrance. Through poetry, dead kings continue to speak. Lost kingdoms rise again. Ancient gods survive beneath the names of heroes, but when the song ends and the door opens, only history remains. A few details may help explain the strange paradise in which Bran's companions spent so many years. Gwales, located in the old district of Pembroke, was probably the island now known as Grassholm, the most distant of the Pembrokeshire islands visible from the mainland. Isolated far out at sea, it would have been an ideal setting for a supernatural refuge beyond the reach of ordinary life. The location of Aberhenfelen is far more uncertain. Its name means the mouth or meeting place of the waters of Henfelen, but no definite site can now be identified. Its role in Bran's story is equally mysterious. When the forbidden door at Gwales was opened toward Aberhenfelen, memory, pain, and awareness of loss immediately returned to the companions. Yet, the tradition never clearly explains whether the place reminded them of an earlier period of happiness or of the catastrophe that had destroyed their world. Taliesin mentions Henfelen in one of his poems, where he claims to have sung before the sons of Lear at the confluences of Henfelen. The most important sons of Lear were Bran and Manawydan, so the place clearly belonged to the mythological landscape surrounding Bran's family. It may have been connected with their former power, their journeys, or the final ruin of their kingdom. Whatever its precise meaning, simply looking toward it broke the enchantment that had protected Bran's companions from grief. The endless feast at Gwales belongs to an ancient family of stories about distant islands where food, music, and happiness never end. A comparable tradition appears in the Greek tale of Polydectes, whose palace stood upon the small island of Seriphos and whose doors remained open for constant celebration. In both traditions, an isolated island becomes a place of abundance, suspended outside ordinary time. Echoes of the Welsh version survived for centuries along the coasts of Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire. Sailors spoke of mysterious lands called the Green Meadows of Enchantment, believed to lie somewhere in the Western Sea. Some claim to have seen these islands rising clearly above the water, only to watch them disappear moments later. Others told of men who had landed upon their shores and entered a country of impossible beauty before losing all trace of it. The people of Milford once believed that the green islands of the fairies could sometimes be seen from the coast. These supernatural inhabitants were said to travel between their hidden country and the mainland through a secret passage beneath the sea. They came ashore to visit the markets of Milford and Lawfarn, where they bought food and other supplies. The fairies rarely spoke, and they could move among ordinary people without being noticed. Yet they always seemed to know the exact value of whatever they wished to purchase. They placed the correct amount of money on the merchant's table and vanished without conversation. This detail belongs to a later and more practical version of the legend. In the older story of Bran, the feast requires no servants, kitchens, merchants, or deliveries. Food simply appears. Such effortless abundance was a common feature of fairy banquets. The supernatural table remained full without labor, and no attendant was ever seen bringing the dishes. As belief became more grounded in ordinary life, however, the hidden islands were imagined as crowded towns whose inhabitants required regular supplies. The fairies still belonged to another world, but they now behaved more like secretive foreign customers who had to visit human markets. Similar traditions were once common on both sides of the river Teifi. In that region, the fairy people were known as Plant Rhys Dydoefen, the children of Rhys the Deep. The word deep may have referred not to physical depth, but to intelligence, secrecy, and cunning. Their preferred market town was Cardigan. Whenever the price of grain rose sharply, or the entire supply disappeared unusually early, poorer customers returning home would quietly say, "They were there today." No one needed to explain who they were. People avoided speaking the fairy name openly, perhaps from fear of attracting their attention. The kingdom of Rhys the Deep was said to be small, but it possessed a remarkable plant found nowhere else. This herb made the entire country invisible to outsiders. A tiny patch of the same plant was believed to grow in the district of Semais in northern Pembrokeshire, covering no more than a small piece of ground. A person who accidentally stood upon that exact spot while completely alone could suddenly see the hidden country in its entirety. The invisible settlements, fields, roads, and people would become clear for a single moment. Yet after stepping away, the observer could never locate the place again. No amount of searching would reveal the magical patch a second time. Like many fairy peoples, the children of Rhys the Deep were sometimes accused of stealing human children. In trade, however, they had a reputation for complete honesty. They always paid the proper price and never attempted to deceive a seller. According to one later tradition, it was human dishonesty that finally drove them away from Cardigan. The fairies became disgusted by the greed of local farmers and stopped attending the market. They supposedly began traveling instead to Fishguard, where older residents occasionally claimed to have seen unfamiliar and strangely silent customers. The fairies of North Wales were not always remembered as equally trustworthy. Some stories accuse them of taking goods or using deception. Even so, Bala was once considered one of their favorite market towns. Local tradition claimed that they continued visiting until new colleges and schools appeared there. The growth of modern education, it was said, drove the old supernatural population away. These later folktales may seem distant from the magnificent feast of Bran's Head, but they reveal how stubbornly ancient mythology survived. The divine island of endless abundance gradually became an invisible coastal town. The immortal guests became silent market visitors. The magical feast became a problem of purchasing grain. Yet beneath these changes remained the same belief in another society existing beside the human world, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, and separated from ordinary life by only the thinnest boundary. This same mixture of forgotten mythology and later romance surrounds the wounded kings of the Grail tradition. The story of Peredur introduces two mysterious uncles. The first appears near a castle, watching his men fish upon the water. The second lives in another fortress, where Peredur witnesses the procession of a severed head carried upon a dish and a spear dripping with blood. Both men are described as physically disabled, although this may result from confusion in the storytelling. Only the second is formally called the Lame King. The first appears more clearly as the Fisher King. The distinction was probably intentional because several French Grail romances also treat the Maimed King and the Fisher King as separate figures. In one version of the Quest of the Holy Grail, the wounded ruler is simply called the Maimed King. A Welsh translation of a now-lost French text gives him the name Peleur. The Fisher King, known in French tradition as Pélez, becomes Pélès in the Welsh version and is described as Peleur's brother. Their destinies are different. Pélès eventually abandons royal life and becomes a hermit, while Peleur remains upon his throne as a wounded and powerless king. Their family also includes a sister called the Widow of Camelot, who is identified as Peredur's mother. A third brother stands in complete opposition to them. He is the pagan ruler of the Dead Castle, a hostile and corrupt figure who repeatedly attempts to seize the Holy Grail and the bleeding lance from Peleur. Eventually, he succeeds in stealing both sacred objects, but his victory brings him no lasting power. Peredur later attacks the Dead Castle, defeats its defenders, and restores Peleur's people to Christianity. The conflict is therefore presented not merely as a family dispute, but as a struggle between sacred kingship and a dark, pagan power seeking to possess holy relics. The names of these figures change constantly from one romance to another. In the Grand Saint Graal, the wounded king is called Pelion rather than Peleur. He is said to have received the title of Maimed King after being struck through both thighs during a battle at Rome. Pelles also appears in this version, but instead of being Pelion's brother, he is described as one of his descendants. The family structure has changed, although the two rulers still belong to the same sacred lineage. Another manuscript calls the wounded ruler Pelahan, king of Listenois. After the famous Dolorous Stroke, his kingdom becomes known as the Wasteland or the Foreign Land. Once again, the injury of the king and the ruin of the country are inseparable. When the ruler is wounded, the entire realm loses its fertility and falls into desolation. Pelihan also has a demonic brother named Garlan or Galan. In Mallory's version, he becomes Garlan, an invisible knight who attacks his enemies without warning. After Garlan is killed, his honorable brother attempts to avenge him and is wounded by Balin. Mallory calls this wounded king Pellam. Another benevolent figure, Pelles, continues to appear in the same tradition. The name Peleus is also used, probably as a later variation of Pelion. Mallory, drawing from several different sources, treats Pellam, Pelles, and Peleus as though they were unrelated individuals, even though older traditions strongly suggest that their identities overlap. This confusion is not surprising. Grail literature grew through centuries of retelling, translation, adaptation, and combination. Each author inherited different names and family relationships. Some separated figures whom earlier storytellers had treated as one, others combined several rulers into a single character. Yet behind the tangled names of Pels, Peleur, Pelion, Pelihan, Pellam, and Peleus lies a recognizable mythological pattern. A sacred king, wounded and unable to act, living in a magnificent but declining kingdom while waiting for the arrival of the hero who can restore what has been lost. The names themselves appear to suggest a Welsh origin. At first, Pelles might seem related to the Welsh word meaning far away or distant. This would suit a ruler of the foreign land, a king living in a remote city beyond dangerous rivers. A title such as the Faraway King would fit naturally with the older image of a Western ruler of the dead, dwelling in a distant paradise like Yama. No clear Welsh example of such a title has survived, however. It is therefore more convincing to compare the Grail kings with figures actually known from Welsh mythology. The strongest candidates are Pwyll and Pryderi. Pwyll was the prince of Dyfed and the ruler who exchanged places with Arawn, king of Andubian. By living in the otherworld and taking the place of its king, Pwyll became permanently connected with the land of the dead. His son Pryderi inherited this supernatural association and became one of the central figures of the Mabinogi. Pelles and Pelion may therefore represent altered forms of Pwyll and Pryderi, transformed as Welsh stories passed into French romance. The relationships are not exact, but the similarities in character, family, geography, and supernatural function are too strong to ignore. The sacred court of Peleur provides one of the clearest points of comparison. Gawain, known in Welsh as Gwalchmai, reaches the kingdom after a difficult journey. The first fortress he encounters is called the Sincere Castle, or the Castle of Questions. It stands at the outer edge of Peleur's territory and functions almost like a gateway between the human world and the enchanted kingdom beyond. Its entrance is guarded by a living lion. Beside it stand two artificial men made of metal, designed to attack anyone who approaches. The castle cannot be entered by ordinary strength. Gawain must first obtain a sacred weapon, the sword used to behead John the Baptist. When he finally arrives carrying the sword, the obstacles lose their power. The lion disappears, the metal guardians stop firing, and the gates open before him. Priests emerge from the castle to welcome him, recognizing that the bearer of the holy sword has been granted the right to enter. The episode transforms an ancient magical trial into a Christian one. The hero does not defeat the guardians in battle. The sacred object reveals him as the chosen visitor, causing the supernatural defenses to withdraw. From this frontier castle, Gawain continues toward the true residence of the wounded king. He crosses the most beautiful meadows he has ever seen. After traveling for more than a day, he enters a rich valley filled with every form of abundance. In the distance stands Pelleur's castle, yet 3 rivers separate him from it. Each river is crossed by a different bridge, and every bridge appears impossible to pass. The first is known as the Eel Bridge. It stretches for the distance of an arrow's flight, but is only a single foot wide. As Gawain hesitates, a solemn man appears on the far side and orders him to cross before darkness falls. He warns that no alternative road exists. Gawain makes the sign of the cross, whispers a prayer, and urges his horse forward. The moment the animal places its feet upon the narrow bridge, the structure expands. What had seemed barely wide enough for one man suddenly becomes broad enough for 2 wagons to pass side by side. The bridge was not truly impassable. It became safe only after the hero overcame his fear and committed himself to the crossing. The next 2 bridges appear equally dangerous. Beneath them, violent water boils and crashes against the supports. The bridges themselves look fragile, unstable, and made almost entirely of ice. Nevertheless, Gawain crosses without harm. The 3 rivers mark his passage into a world separated from ordinary reality. They resemble the dangerous waters surrounding the otherworld in Celtic myth, as well as the rivers crossed by the dead on their journey to the land of the ancestors. When Gawain finally approaches the castle gate, he finds another enormous lion waiting there. Yet this beast does not attack. As soon as it sees him, it lies down peacefully, resting its head between its paws. The Guardian recognizes that Gawain has passed the trials and offers no resistance. Inside, the hero is brought before King Pelleur, whom he finds lying upon a bed. The king cannot rise, but everything surrounding him is magnificent. His court still possesses wealth, beauty, ceremony, and supernatural power, even though its ruler remains physically broken. During the evening, Gawain witnesses the greatest wonders of the Grail tradition. He sees the Holy Grail, the bleeding lance, and other sacred objects whose full meaning remains hidden from him. The court appears to contain all the splendor of paradise, yet an atmosphere of incompleteness hangs over it. The wounded king cannot act. The holy objects pass before the guests without explanation. The hero observes the mystery, but does not yet understand how to heal it. After leaving Pelleur's residence, Gawain comes to another nearby fortress called the Castle of Joy. The name suggests that the wounded king's realm contains 2 sides of the same supernatural world. One is defined by questions, guarded entrances, trials, bleeding relics, and a silent monarch. The other promises happiness, celebration, and release. Together, they preserve the old image of the other world as both dangerous and beautiful, a distant kingdom reached only after crossing water, confronting guardians, and proving oneself worthy to enter. Long before Gwalchmai reached the kingdom of Pelleur, he spent a night in the home of an unusual hermit. The old man explained that he had once lived as a knight in the service of Uther Pendragon. After abandoning the warrior's life, however, he had become a priest and had been commanded by Christ to serve King Pelleur. The hermit then described Pelleur's realm in extraordinary terms. According to him, the place was so perfect that a man could live there for an entire year and believe that only 6 months had passed. Time itself seemed to move differently within its borders. The Holy Grail rested in the royal chapel, and its presence preserved life, youth, and strength. The hermit claimed that this sacred power explained why he still appeared so young despite his great age. Gwalchmai immediately understood that this was the kingdom he had been searching for. He asked the hermit to show him the road, but the old man could offer no useful directions. Pelleur's castle could not be reached by simply following a path across the countryside. Only divine guidance could lead a traveler there. This detail reveals the true nature of Pelleur's residence. It was not an ordinary fortress standing in a fixed and easily discovered location. It resembled the enchanted palaces of Irish tradition, which could be seen clearly from a distance but vanished whenever someone tried to approach them. Such places were protected by magic and revealed themselves only to chosen visitors. Irish stories often describe the courts of supernatural rulers in this way. The palace of Bod the Red, for example, belonged to a hidden world that ordinary travelers could not enter without permission. Another legendary residence associated with Ailill seemed visible from afar, yet anyone who tried to reach it found only empty land. Pelure's castle belongs to the same tradition. It is a dwelling suspended between the human world and the other world, guarded not merely by walls, but by enchantment. Malory preserves another important part of this tradition in the story of Peleus. The adventure begins when three knights, Marhaus, Iwain, and Gawain, arrive at the edge of a vast wilderness known as the Forest of Arroy and the Land of Strange Adventures. The name itself warns that this is no ordinary woodland. Once the knights enter it, they leave behind the predictable world of Arthur's court and cross into a region ruled by mystery, magic, and supernatural trials. Inside the forest, they encounter three women beside a fountain. Each woman agrees to guide one of the knights toward a separate adventure. The knights accept, and the company divides. Gawain's guide soon directs his attention toward an astonishing scene. A solitary knight is fighting against 10 opponents. Although heavily outnumbered, he defeats them all. Yet instead of escaping or finishing the battle, he allows the defeated men to insult him, overpower him, and carry him away as a prisoner. The knight is Peleus. The 10 men serve a noblewoman named Ettarde, whom Peleus loves with complete devotion. Ettarde does not return his affection and treats him with contempt. Peleus nevertheless continues submitting to capture because being taken to her castle allows him to see her again. His humiliation is therefore voluntary. He repeatedly wins the battle and then surrenders himself to the men he has defeated, all for the chance of entering the presence of the woman who rejects him. Gawain promises to help Peleus, yet his intervention produces the worst possible result. Ettarde quickly becomes attracted to Gawain, revealing that she is capable of love, but has deliberately withheld it from Peleus. When Peleus learns of the betrayal, he removes his armor, retreats to his bed, and falls into profound grief. His despair is so complete that the adventure appears ready to end in tragedy. At this moment, a mysterious woman of the lake enters the story. Malory calls her Nineveh or Nimue. She uses enchantment to free Peleus from his obsession with Ettarde, replacing his love with disgust and indifference. At the same time, Ettarde's feelings are reversed. She suddenly begins to desire Peleus with the same hopeless intensity that he had once felt for her. The change comes too late. Peleus no longer wants her, and Ettarde eventually dies from unreturned love. Nynaeve then takes Peleus as her companion and brings him to Arthur's court. There he proves himself to be one of the strongest knights in Britain, capable of standing against almost any warrior. Peleus describes himself as a man born among islands and ruler of many islands. This claim strengthens his connection with the distant western realms of Celtic mythology. Islands lying beyond the sea frequently served as entrances to the otherworld, places where divine rulers lived beyond the reach of ordinary time. Malory also calls Peleus one of the 4 knights who achieved the Holy Grail. This statement is difficult to understand unless Peleus is regarded as another version of Peleus, the king whose castle contained the Grail. The names, identities, and stories have become divided in later romance, but they probably belonged originally to the same mythological figure. Peleus appears elsewhere as the father of Elaine and therefore the grandfather of Galahad. He rules from a mysterious city known as Corbenic or Carbonek, a place filled with supernatural adventures. Lancelot eventually reaches this city and brings several of its enchantments to an end. The Maimed King also lies within Corbenic. Malory usually calls this wounded ruler Pelham, although other passages confuse him with Peleus. The Holy Grail and the Bleeding Lance are kept in the same city, meaning that Peleus and Pelham appear to share responsibility for guarding the sacred relics. In one account, Peleus himself is called the Maimed King. Before receiving his wound, he had been a powerful protector of Christianity and the Church. He could still ride and hunt in those earlier days, and one particular hunting expedition carried him deep into a forest extending all the way to the sea. During the pursuit, Peleus became separated from his dogs and most of his knights. Only one companion remained beside him. Together they wandered until they came toward Ireland. This hunting journey provides an important connection between Peleus and the enchanted forest of Arroy, where Peleus is found. Both stories begin with a ruler entering a strange wilderness, losing his companions, and moving toward a remote land associated with the sea and island. Malory gives a fuller description of the entrance into this region. Marhouse warns his companions that no knight has entered the land since its conversion to Christianity without encountering extraordinary adventures. The three knights ride down into a deep valley filled with stones. There, they discover a beautiful stream flowing from a clear fountain. Beside the spring sit three women representing three different stages of life. The eldest is more than 60 years old. Her hair is white, and she wears a golden garland. The second is around 30 and bears a golden circlet. The youngest is only 15 and wears a crown of fresh flowers. The three women explain that they wait beside the fountain for wandering knights. Their purpose is to guide such men toward dangerous and supernatural adventures. Because there are three women and three knights, each knight must choose one companion. After the choice is made, the women lead them toward three separate roads. Each knight then follows his own path into the unknown. Before separating, they swear to return to the fountain exactly 1 year later, provided they are still alive. This meeting beside the spring resembles older Celtic tales of mysterious women who appear near wells and waterways. Such women often control access to hidden kingdoms, offer guidance, test heroes, or determine the course of their destinies. The fountain marks the boundary between the familiar world and the territory of enchantment. A year later, the knights return as promised. During the intervening months, Gawain has met Peleus, attempted to help him, and instead earned his lasting hatred. The repeated period of 1 year is especially significant. It also appears in the Welsh story of Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, whose adventures offer the clearest explanation for the confused identities of Peleus, Pelles, and Pelham. To compare the stories properly, the material scattered across Malory's characters must first be reorganized. The adventures attributed to both Pelles and Peleus probably belong to a single original figure. This is the ruler, loved and transformed by the Lady of the Lake, the hunter who becomes lost in the enchanted forest, and the lord connected with the Grail. Pelham, by contrast, belongs to another role. He is the wounded ruler struck by Balin, the maimed king of the wasteland whose injury brings desolation upon the country. The Welsh story of Pwyll begins with a hunt. Pwyll, ruler of Dyfed, enters a forest with his companions but becomes separated from them while pursuing game. Alone in the wilderness, he encounters Arawn, king of Annwn, the Welsh otherworld. Their meeting does not lead to immediate conflict. Instead, the two rulers make an extraordinary agreement. For 1 full year, they will exchange appearances, courts, and kingdoms. Arawn will take Pwyll's shape and rule Dyfed, while Pwyll will assume Arawn's form and govern Annwn. Arawn promises that no one will discover the exchange. Even those closest to them will believe that each king is exactly who he appears to be. The arrangement also requires Pwyll to perform a dangerous task. Every year, Arawn meets his enemy Halfdan at a ford and fights him in single combat. Pwyll must face Halfdan in Arawn's place and defeat him. Halfdan, whose name can be understood as Summer White, can be killed only in a particular way. Pwyll is warned to strike him once and never deliver a second blow, no matter how desperately the wounded enemy begs for it. A second strike would restore Halfdan's strength rather than finish him. The two kings agree to meet again in the same forest exactly 1 year later. Everything happens as planned. Pwyll rules Annwn without revealing his true identity. At the appointed time, he confronts Halfdan at the ford and defeats him with a single blow. By refusing to strike again, Pwyll ensures his enemy's death and adds Halfdan's territories to Arawn's kingdom. When the year is complete, Pwyll and Arawn return to the forest and resume their original forms. Yet Pwyll's experience in the otherworld permanently changes his status. From that time onward, he is known as Pwyll Pen Annwn, Pwyll the head or chief of the otherworld. The magical exchange of faces creates one of the most memorable episodes in the Mabinogi. On a mythological level, however, the transformation may have been invented to solve a problem created by changing traditions. Arawn and Pwyll may originally have been two names for the same dark ruler. Later storytellers, no longer understanding this identity, turned the two names into separate kings and explained their similarity by having them exchange appearances. A similar problem surrounds Dyfed. Pwyll is presented as the human prince of that region, yet many of his adventures clearly belong to the otherworld. It is possible that Dyfed itself once belonged to the geography of supernatural tradition. As old beliefs faded, a mythological kingdom became attached to a real region of southwestern Wales. The story therefore preserves an older structure beneath its later narrative. Pwyll can be understood as another name for Arawn, while Dyfed becomes another form of Andardwyllen. Some Welsh versions of Geoffrey of Monmouth place Arawn's kingdom in Scotland. In medieval usage, however, such a name might refer either to northern Britain or to Ireland, the original homeland associated with the Scotti. This may help explain why Pelles hunts through the forest until he reaches the direction of Ireland. Wherever Pwyll or his son Pryderi appears, they repeatedly display the characteristics of dark, supernatural rulers. They inhabit enchanted landscapes, control mysterious treasures, become involved with otherworldly women, and pass between life, death, captivity, and restoration. The geography provides another strong connection between Pwyll and Pelles. Pwyll begins his hunt at the edge of a woodland called the Forest of Diarwya. He later enters Glyncwch, a thickly wooded valley near the border between Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire. The name Diarwya appears to survive in the Forest of Arroy found in Malory's story. French versions call it the Great and Deep Forest of Arroy. The resemblance suggests that the romantic wilderness where Gawain encounters Peleus is the same legendary forest in which Pwyll meets Arawn. Both heroes enter the forest during a hunt or quest. Both become separated from the ordinary world. Both encounter supernatural rulers, mysterious women, annual agreements, and adventures connected with death and the otherworld. The resemblance is too close to be accidental. Another figure from Pwyll's story strengthens the connection. His name is Tiernon Tref Liant, though the precise meaning of the title remains uncertain. In the Arthurian romances, the name seems to reappear as the Castle of Blyant. Medieval scribes may have misunderstood the Welsh expression and interpreted part of Tiernon's title as the name of a fortress. What had once referred to a man gradually became the Tower of Blyant and eventually the Castle of Blyant. Once the castle was assumed to be named after its owner, Blyant itself became a personal name, and the original name, Tiernon, disappeared from the French tradition. Malory sometimes calls the same place Castle Blanc, yet its importance remains clear. Pelles gives the Castle of Blyant to Lancelot and his daughter Elaine as a residence upon the Joyous Isle. The castle therefore lies within the authority of Pelles. In Welsh tradition, Tiernon occupies a comparable position beneath Pwyll. He is one of Pwyll's loyal followers and becomes deeply involved in the childhood of Pryderi. The relationship between Pelles and Blyant thus reflects the older relationship between Pwyll and Tiernon. The Lady of the Lake who rescues Peleus also finds a close parallel in Rhiannon, the wife of Pwyll. Even the names Nynev, Nivien, Nimue, and Viviane may result from centuries of scribal alteration. Medieval copyists regularly confused similar letters, divided names incorrectly, and reshaped unfamiliar Welsh sounds into forms that appeared more natural in French. Through a long sequence of such changes, the name Rhiannon could have been transformed into the many names later given to the Lady of the Lake. The roles of the two women are equally similar. Rhiannon chooses Pwyll as her husband. She approaches him of her own will, rejects another suitor, and offers Pwyll her love and kingdom. Nynaeve likewise takes control of Peleus's fate, frees him from his destructive devotion to Etard, and eventually becomes his companion. Neither woman is a passive prize waiting to be won. Each possesses supernatural authority and chooses the man with whom she will share her life. Rhiannon also displays qualities connecting her with water and other lake women. During one stage of her story, she is condemned to sit near the gate of her husband's court. There, she must offer to carry every visitor into the palace upon her own back. This strange punishment has a parallel in the legend of Liban, a woman transformed into a supernatural being associated with water. The similarity suggests that Rhiannon too once belonged to the family of lake and river divinities. Her most famous supernatural companions are the three birds of Rhiannon. Their music can awaken the dead and lull the living into a sleep resembling death. During the 7-year feast at Harlech, Bran's surviving companions listen to these birds singing from far across the sea. The birds are not physically present inside the hall. They remain somewhere above the distant water. Yet the banqueters possess supernatural senses during the feast. They hear every note perfectly and see the birds as clearly as if they were only a few steps away. This suggests that the birds sing from within Rhiannon's own kingdom, a hidden realm lying somewhere beyond the visible horizon of Cardigan Bay. Their song crosses the boundary between worlds. It reaches the living from the country of the dead, erases the distance between sea and shore, and suspends Bran's companions between life, memory, sleep, and death. Like the Grail, the Enchanted Fountain, and the inaccessible castle of Peleur, the birds belong to a world that can be approached only through magic, divine favor, or the loss of ordinary time. Beneath the tangled names of Pwyll, Pels, Peleus, Arawn, Rhiannon, and the Lady of the Lake lies a shared mythological landscape. It is a country of deep forests, mysterious fountains, vanished roads, distant islands, wounded kings, and palaces that cannot be found unless they choose to reveal themselves. Heroes may enter this world through hunting, love, combat, or divine guidance. Yet once inside, they discover that ordinary rules no longer apply. A year may seem like 6 months. A narrow bridge may widen beneath a horse's feet. A king may wear another man's face. Birds may sing across miles of sea, and a hidden palace may stand clearly before the eye while remaining impossible to reach. The next figure to examine is Pryderi, the son of Pwyll. Within the wider mythological pattern, Pryderi appears to correspond closely to Pelham, the wounded or maimed king of the Grail romances. A small but revealing clue appears in the Mabinogi of Math, where Pryderi goes to war against Gwydion, son of Dawn. Among his allies is a prince named Gurgi Gwastra, who seems to stand beside him as a close relative and possible successor. This Gurgi may be connected with Gurgi Garvelwyd, the savage figure previously compared with Garlon, the dark and demonic brother of Pelham. In the Arthurian story, Garlon indirectly causes Pelham's terrible injury. His death provokes the conflict in which Balin delivers the famous Dolorous Stroke. The connection between Gurgi and Garlon therefore offers some support for the idea that Pryderi and Pelham belong to the same older mythological pattern. Yet this similarity alone is not enough. A stronger case requires an event in Pryderi's story comparable to the Dolorous Stroke. Such an event does exist, though it does not appear as a single wound delivered by a weapon. In Pelham's story, the injury of the king is only the beginning of the disaster. The instant he is struck, his palace collapses, his lands become barren, his people perish, and the entire kingdom falls into decay. Pelham survives, but he remains helpless for many years while his realm becomes the wasteland. The Welsh equivalent is found in the Mabinogi of Manawydan, where the ruin of Pryderi's kingdom is described in far greater detail. After the death of Pwyll, Pryderi gives his mother, Rhiannon, in marriage to Manawydan, the brother of Bran the Blessed. Pryderi himself is married to Tsigfa. The four of them live together at the royal court of Arberth in Dyfed. One evening, after they have finished their meal, they climb the ancient mound of Arberth. This hill is already known as a place where the ordinary world can suddenly open into something supernatural. Strange encounters had happened there before, and the mound seems to stand upon a boundary between human territory and the other world. As the four companions sit upon it, an enormous crash of thunder shakes the land. A dense mist immediately surrounds them. It becomes so thick that none of them can see the others. For a brief moment, the entire world disappears into darkness and confusion. Then the mist clears. At first, the landscape seems unchanged. The hills remain, the sky is visible, and the buildings of the court still stand. Yet everything living has vanished. The houses are empty. No smoke rises from a hearth. No cattle graze in the fields. No horses move in the yards. No servant, farmer, craftsman, child, or soldier can be found anywhere. Every sign of human activity has disappeared. Only the 4 companions remain: Pryderi, Sigfa, Rhiannon, and Manawydan. They search throughout the country, hoping to find survivors. They discover no villages, no inhabited farms, and no travelers upon the roads. The kingdom that had once been rich and crowded has become silent and abandoned. Wild animals alone remain. This sudden transformation is the Welsh form of the wasteland. Pryderi has not yet been physically wounded, but his entire realm has suffered the equivalent of Pelham's injury. The social world has collapsed around its king. Fertility, population, labor, and royal power have all been removed in a single supernatural moment. For a time, the 4 survivors live by hunting, fishing, and gathering wild honey. When the resources of the empty country become insufficient, they leave Dyfed and travel into England. Manawydan proves himself extraordinarily skilled with his hands. Whatever craft he attempts, he performs better than the professional workers around him. Yet his success repeatedly creates jealousy and hostility, forcing the companions to abandon one town after another. Eventually, they return to Dyfed, preferring the loneliness of the enchanted country to the resentment they encounter elsewhere. They resume the hard life of hunters and fishermen. Then the enchantment strikes again. Pryderi and Rhiannon are drawn into a mysterious fortress and disappear. They have been captured by the same hidden power that destroyed the land. Their dogs vanish as well, leaving only Manawydan and Sigfa behind. The 2 survivors once more travel to England, where Manawydan earns a living through his remarkable craftsmanship. After a year, however, they decide to return again to Dyfed. This time, Manawydan brings a bag of wheat with him. He clears 3 fields and plants the seed. The crop grows with astonishing strength. No one has ever seen wheat so tall, full, and healthy. In the midst of a ruined country, the fields appear to promise the return of fertility and order. When harvest approaches, Manawydan visits the first field and finds it completely ripe. He decides to return the following morning and begin cutting the grain. At sunrise, he comes back and discovers a scene of total destruction. Every ear of wheat has vanished. The stalks remain standing, but they have been cut cleanly just below the grain. The entire harvest has been carried away during the night. Manawydan is disturbed but still has 2 fields left. He visits the second and finds that it is ready to harvest. Once again, he decides to return the next morning. The same thing happens. Every ear is gone, only empty straw remains. Now Manawydan understands that this is not the work of ordinary thieves. The power that emptied Dyfed is deliberately completing his ruin. It has destroyed his court, taken his friends, and now intends to remove his final source of food. He goes to inspect the 3rd field. The wheat is magnificent. The ears are heavy and golden, and the crop is ready to be cut. Manawydan swears that he will not allow this last field to disappear. That night, he hides nearby and waits. At midnight, another deafening burst of thunder rolls across the land. Then an army of mice appears. There are so many that they seem impossible to count. Each mouse runs toward a separate stalk, climbs it until the wheat bends under its weight, bites off the ear, and carries it away. Within moments, the entire field begins to vanish before Manawydan's eyes. He rushes among them, striking wildly, but they move too quickly. Trying to catch one is like trying to seize birds in flight. Then he notices a single mouse that cannot escape as fast as the others. It is larger, slower, and unusually heavy. Manawydan chases it down and catches it. He places the creature inside his glove and ties the opening with a cord. When he returns home, Sigfa asks what he intends to do with it. Manawydan tells her that the mouse is a thief and that he will hang it the following morning. Sigfa is horrified. She argues that a man of his rank should not concern himself with killing such a small creature. Yet Manawydan refuses to release it. Had he captured the others, he says, he would have punished them as well. At dawn, he carries the mouse to the top of the mound of Arbeth. There, he drives 2 wooden posts into the ground and prepares a small gallows. As he works, a ragged scholar or wandering clerk approaches. This is the first unfamiliar human being Manawydan has seen in Dyfed for 7 years. The traveler greets him and asks what he is doing. Manawydan calmly replies that he is preparing to hang a thief. The clerk looks at the creature in his hand and laughs at the idea. He says that it is only a mouse and that such an execution is beneath the dignity of a nobleman. He urges Manawydan to let it go. Manawydan refuses. The clerk offers him £1 of silver, claiming that he earned it through begging. Manawydan rejects the payment. He will neither sell the mouse nor release it. The traveler finally gives up and walks away. As Manawydan continues building the gallows, a richly dressed priest arrives on horseback. He asks the same questions and receives the same answers. He offers £3 for the life of the mouse. Again, Manawydan refuses. The priest leaves, and Manawydan places the cord around the creature's neck. Then a magnificent procession approaches. Pack horses, attendants, servants, and armed followers appear, surrounding a bishop dressed in great splendor. The bishop asks Manawydan why he intends to execute such a miserable animal. Once more, Manawydan says that it is a thief caught stealing his grain. The bishop first offers £7. When that fails, he raises the payment to 24. Manawydan still refuses. The bishop then offers all the horses, goods, and property carried by his company. Manawydan remains unmoved. At last, the bishop tells him to choose his own price. Now Manawydan reveals what he truly wants. He demands the immediate release of Pryderi and Rhiannon. The bishop agrees. Manawydan does not release the mouse. He demands that the enchantment and illusion covering the 7 districts of Dyfed be completely removed. The bishop agrees again. Still, Manawydan refuses to untie the glove. He now demands to know the true identity of the mouse. The bishop finally confesses that the creature is his own wife. He would never have offered such a ransom for an ordinary animal. Then he reveals his own identity. He is Llwyd's son of Sil Coed, the magician who placed the enchantment upon Dyfed. Llwyd explains that he acted to avenge Gwal, son of Clud. Years earlier, Pwyll had humiliated Gwal during the struggle for Rhiannon's hand. Through trickery, Gwal had been forced inside a magical bag and beaten by Pwyll's men in a cruel game known as Badger in the Bag. Llwyd had been Gwal's friend. To avenge that humiliation, he destroyed the prosperity of Dyfed and directed his revenge against Pryderi, the son of Pwyll. When Manawydan planted his wheat, Llwyd's household asked to be transformed into mice so they could consume it. They destroyed the first field and then the second. On the third night, Llwyd's wife and the noblewomen of his court joined them. His wife was pregnant, and this made her slower than the others. That was why Manawydan had been able to catch her. Llwyd promises once more to release Pryderi and Rhiannon, remove the enchantment, and restore the country. He has now explained everything, so he asks Manawydan to free his wife. Manawydan still refuses. He demands a permanent promise that no such enchantment will ever again be placed upon Dyfed. Llwyd agrees. Manawydan adds another condition. No revenge must ever be taken against Pryderi, Rhiannon, Sigfa, or himself. Llwyd agrees to this as well, and admits that Manawydan has chosen his words wisely. Without such protection, the conflict might simply have begun again in another form. Even then, Manawydan will not release the mouse until he sees Pryderi and Rhiannon standing before him. At once, the 2 captives appear. Manawydan welcomes them with joy. Only after their freedom has been proven does he open the glove. Llwyd touches the mouse with his wand, and it immediately returns to its true shape. Before them stands a young woman of extraordinary beauty. Llwyd then tells Manawydan to look across the country. The empty land has changed. The houses are inhabited once again. Smoke rises from the settlements. Herds fill the fields. People move along the roads, and the royal court is restored to life. Dyfed appears exactly as it had before the thunder and mist descended upon it. The enchantment has ended. This story became one of the most famous examples of the enchantments of Britain. Medieval Welsh poets knew Dyfed as a country of illusion, a land where reality could be covered by supernatural glamour. The 14th century poet Dafydd ap Gwilym repeatedly described southwestern Wales as a realm of magic and deception. The final negotiation between Manawydan and Llwyd deserves particular attention. Manawydan does not defeat the magician with a sword. He wins through patience, intelligence, and precise language. Every condition is stated carefully. First, the captives must be released. Then the country must be restored. The identity of the prisoner must be revealed. The enchantment must never return. Finally, all future revenge must be abandoned. Manawydan understands that a careless agreement could leave an opening for a second disaster. His victory depends upon making the terms complete and impossible to evade. This may help explain one of the central mysteries of the Grail romances. In several versions of the Grail story, the healing of the wounded king and the liberation of the wasteland depend upon a visiting knight asking the correct questions. The hero sees the Holy Grail, the bleeding lance, and other wondrous objects carried through the hall. Yet, unless he asks whom they serve and what they mean, the king remains wounded and the country remains cursed. At first, this seems like a strange form of magic. Why should an entire kingdom depend upon a question? Magical words are common in folklore, but they are usually short commands or secret formulas. A single phrase opens the hidden door or breaks the spell. In the Grail story, however, the effective speech is not a spell. It is a series of questions concerning the sacred objects and the suffering of the king. The contest between Manawydan and Llwyd provides a possible explanation. Manawydan's words do not magically remove the enchantment by themselves. They define the terms of an agreement that forces the magician responsible for the disaster to undo his own work. The questions of the Grail Knight may have developed from the same narrative idea. The hero must speak correctly because silence allows the ruined condition to continue. Through asking, understanding, and identifying the source of the mystery, he sets in motion the restoration of the king and the land. The Grail romances may therefore preserve a transformed version of the Welsh bargain. The wounded king resembles Pryderi. The wasteland resembles enchanted Dyfed. The hidden power responsible for the suffering resembles Llwyd. The knight's questions take the place of Manawydan's carefully stated demands. Behind both stories lies the belief that disorder cannot be healed until its cause is named. Llwyd himself deserves closer examination. His name means grey and may refer to grey hair, age, wisdom, or an imposing supernatural appearance. In the story, he finally appears dressed as a bishop, assuming the form of a venerable religious authority. His full name is usually given as Llwyd, son of Cilcoed, though other traditions call him Llwydew, son of Celcoed. In the tale of Culhwch and Olwen, his house is placed at Porthcurdin, the harbour in Dyfed, where Arthur lands after returning from Ireland with the Cauldron of Dyfrnach. There may also be an Irish background to the name. Old traditions speak of Irish groups called the Sons of Leoton who settled in parts of Dyfed. Their name may correspond to a Welsh form such as Llwydan. The historical Wy Leothain were a powerful people from the region of modern County Cork. Irish literature also knows a prince named Lyath, son of Celchar, associated with the district of Qualu in present-day Wicklow. He was remembered as a beautiful nobleman who fell in love with Bree, daughter of the fairy king Medea. Medea prevented the lovers from meeting, and Bree eventually died from grief. It is therefore possible that Llwyd, son of Cilcoed, entered Welsh tradition through Irish settlers in southwestern Britain. His name may be a Welsh adaptation of an Irish divine or heroic figure. How much of the wider story came from the same source cannot now be known. More important is the role Llwyd plays within the mythology. To understand it, one must first consider Gwawl, the man whose humiliation he avenges. The name Gwawl means light or radiance. In this sense, he resembles Llyw Lorgifs and other solar heroes. His father is called Clud, a name connected with the ancient name of the River Clyde. Clud may therefore have originally been a river goddess. Gwawl, son of Clud, follows the same basic pattern as Mabon, son of Modron, a radiant divine son born from a powerful female figure associated with water. In the story of Pwyll and Rhiannon, Gwawl is defeated through deception. He is persuaded to step into a magical bag that can never be filled. As soon as he enters, he is trapped, beaten, and humiliated. The scene may preserve an old nature myth. The radiant figure disappears into a bag just as the sun sinks into darkness at the end of the day. A similar image appears in Greek tradition, where the sun god Helios travels through the night inside a great cup. One might expect Gwawl to return personally and avenge his defeat, just as Balin acts directly against the Dark King in Arthurian legend. Instead, Llwyd fights on his behalf. Llwyd may therefore represent a more powerful god allied with the solar hero. His role resembles that of Zeus supporting Heracles. He commands thunder, changes human beings into animals, covers an entire country with illusion, and appears as a majestic ruler disguised in religious form. He is a master of magic, a wielder of storms, and a defender of the figure associated with light. Against him stand Pryderi and Manawydan, both connected with the dark rulers of the otherworld. Manawydan may be compared with an ancient god such as Cronus or Saturn, received and protected within the kingdom of a related dark divinity. Yet the conclusion of the Welsh story is unusual. The dark side wins. The sequence begins with Gwawl defeating Pwyll in the first struggle for Rhiannon. Pwyll then reverses the result and humiliates Gwawl. In the next generation, Llwyd successfully avenges Gwawl by destroying Pryderi's kingdom and imprisoning him. Finally, Manawydan outwits Llwyd, frees Pryderi, and restores the land. Victory moves back and forth between the radiant and shadowy powers. But this final restoration may conceal a deeper reversal. When Llwyd's enchantment first falls upon Dyfed, the kingdom becomes empty, barren, and lifeless. The magnificent court is exposed as a deserted place surrounded by wilderness. When Manawydan wins, the population, wealth, animals, and buildings all return. From the viewpoint of the story, this is liberation. From the viewpoint of the nature myth, however, the opposite may be true. The barren landscape revealed under Llwyd's power may represent the real nature of Pryderi's kingdom. The silent country of the dead, stripped of its beautiful disguise. When the spell is supposedly removed and the kingdom again appears fertile and crowded, the glamour of the otherworld has actually been restored. The enchantment is not the desolation. The enchantment is the splendor. Pryderi rules a realm whose palaces, fields, herds, and feasts depend upon illusion. Under the clear light of the radiant power, the beauty disappears and the kingdom is revealed as an empty wasteland. When the dark ruler triumphs again, the veil descends, the dead appear alive, and the barren country once more resembles paradise. The ending of the Mabinogi of Manawydan is therefore more ambiguous than it first appears. Manawydan saves his companions and restores their kingdom, but he also renews the supernatural glamour upon which that kingdom depends. Dyfed becomes beautiful again because the boundary between truth and illusion has been closed. The wasteland has not simply been healed, it has been enchanted once more. The names Pelles and Pelion deserve closer attention because they may preserve distorted versions of the Welsh names Pwyll and Pryderi. The connection is not as straightforward as it first appears. At a glance, Pelles seems close enough to Pwyll to require little explanation, but the actual transition from one form to the other is difficult to demonstrate through medieval spelling habits. Had the Welsh name passed directly into French, forms such as Poles, Poils, or Pools might have been more likely. A possible explanation is that Pelles was gradually reshaped to resemble Pelion, the other closely associated name. Medieval writers often altered unfamiliar foreign names so that related characters appeared to belong to the same family. In this case, the form of one name may have influenced the spelling of the other. Pelion is easier to connect with Pryderi. During the 12th century, Pryderi could also be written as Prederi, Praeteri, or Preteri. Each of these forms could be greatly changed by a copyist who did not understand Welsh. Medieval manuscripts were filled with abbreviations, closely shaped letters, and faded strokes. A single misreading could transform a name, and repeated copying could carry the distortion much further. A possible trace of the name Pryderi may survive in a message sent by Galahad. In Mallory's account, Galahad asks that his greetings be delivered to King Pelles and to a man called Petchere. In another version of the Grail quest, Galahad sends his respects to his grandfather, King Pelles, and to his uncle, the rich fisher. This raises the possibility that Petchere was not originally a title at all. A damaged or abbreviated form of praeteri may have been mistaken for a French word connected with fishing. Because the figure was already associated with the Fisher King, scribes may have interpreted the unfamiliar personal name through a familiar role. Yet this explanation remains uncertain. Malory understood the French term for fisherman elsewhere, so it would be strange for him to misunderstand it only in this passage. The surviving form may therefore be the result of a longer chain of alterations rather than one simple error. Another Grail text complicates the matter further. Percival's sister tells him that they descend from King Pelahem. Since Pelahem closely resembles Pelion and Pelahan, it might seem to refer to the wounded king. However, the family relationship in this passage suggests that Pelahem may instead be a corrupted form of Pellinore, the name usually given to Percival's father. King Pellinore is best known as the ruler who spends much of his life pursuing the mysterious questing beast. After his death, the hunt is continued by his relative Palomides, the Saracen knight. Pellinore, however, appears to come from a different Welsh source than Pelion. His name may preserve that of Elifa Gosgordfawr, the father of Peredur and Gurgi. Elifa's title means something like Elifa of the Great War Band or Elifa of the Mighty Retinue. His sons formed a celebrated group of northern warriors known collectively as the Sons of Elifa. Peredur and Gurgi were the most famous among them, though Welsh poetry indicates that there were 7 brothers in total. Their deeds were remembered in early heroic verse, particularly in the Black Book of Carmarthen. The transformation of Elifa into Pellinore may have begun through simple visual confusion. Written as Eliwa, the name could easily be read as Elina or Eleanor by a foreign copyist. From there, it required only the addition of an initial letter to become Pellinore or Pellinore. That initial P may have been added because Pellinore was repeatedly associated with Palomides. Medieval writers often reshaped unfamiliar names according to other names appearing beside them. Thus, Elifa may have become Pellinore, partly because the character stood within a family of figures whose names already began with P. Palomides himself may preserve another Welsh royal name, Pabo Prydain, meaning Pabo of Pictland. A fuller title describes him as Pabo Post Prydain, Pabo the Pillar of Pictland. Welsh genealogy presents Pabo as the brother of Elifa. This relationship fits the Arthurian tradition surprisingly well, since Palomides is treated as the close relative and successor of Pellinore. The relationship between the names may therefore reflect an older Welsh family tradition that entered French Romance in a heavily altered form. The name Pabo also survived in Wales through Llan Babbo, the Church of Pabo in Anglesey. Tradition remembers Pabo as a king who abandoned secular rule and became a saint. This has an interesting parallel in the story of Palomides. Malory describes him as a Saracen warrior who eventually converts to Christianity. His religious transformation occurs after a series of battles. Palomides first fights a knight called Galeron of Galway. Soon afterward, he meets his great rival Tristram and fights him as well. When Tristram defeats him, hostility gives way to reconciliation. Palomides joins Tristram and Galeron on the journey to Carlisle, where he is baptized. The resemblance between the converted Saracen knight and the Welsh king who became a saint may not be accidental. Both figures move from an earlier identity into Christian acceptance, and both remain connected with a heroic northern family. The name Palomides can also be explained through the appearance of Welsh handwriting. The form Pabo Prydain could have been badly misread by a French scribe unfamiliar with the language. Letters written close together could resemble entirely different combinations. The middle section of the name might gradually become something like Palomine or Palomid, while the final S could be added as part of normal French grammar. Through repeated copying, Pabo Prydain could therefore become Palomides or Palomides. This does not mean that every detail of the Arthurian figure can be traced directly to the historical or legendary Pabo. Welsh tradition itself had already mixed history, genealogy, sainthood, and mythology. By the time the material reached Anglo-Norman writers, the original distinctions between kings, gods, warriors, and saints may already have become blurred. A later discovery at Llan Babbo shows how such traditions continued to be reshaped. During the reign of Charles II, A stone was found there bearing a Latin inscription identifying the grave of Pabo post Prydain. The monument itself appears to belong to the later Middle Ages, perhaps the reign of Edward III, even though Pabo was believed to have lived many centuries earlier. The stone therefore proves the strength of the local tradition, but not necessarily its historical accuracy. It shows that Pabo continued to be remembered as an ancient royal saint long after his supposed lifetime. The larger lesson is that Welsh names underwent extreme transformation when they entered Anglo-Norman Romance. They were not preserved according to careful linguistic rules. Instead, their later forms depended upon the handwriting of the manuscript, the ability of the copyist, the language of the reader, and the influence of nearby names. An unfamiliar Welsh word could be abbreviated, misread, divided incorrectly, or reshaped into something more recognizable. A personal name might become a title. A title might become a family name. Two unrelated figures could be joined because their names looked similar, while one original character could be divided into several separate personalities. Pwyll may thus have become Pels. Pryderi may have survived beneath Pelion, Pelahan, or Pechere. Elifa may have become Pelennor, while Pabo Prydain may have emerged as Palomides. These changes were not the result of deliberate invention alone. They were also produced by the physical transmission of stories across languages and manuscripts. Every copy introduced the possibility of a new form, and every retelling carried the old Welsh world farther from its original shape. By the time these characters appeared in the Arthurian romances, their names had become almost unrecognizable. Yet beneath the altered spellings, fragments of Welsh mythology and heroic genealogy may still be visible.